Okay, we're 15 minutes late. Blame technology. So welcome to another edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast here on the Popcast Network. This is the show that talks all things about the world of professional wrestling, not just the WWE, just a little bit of everything, all wrapped up into one. And several hours of entertainment tonight here on the network. So Ashley zonked out on me on Monday. So because of that, he's going to give his thoughts on the United Kingdom Championship Tournament, both night 1 and 2. We're also going to find out what he thought about Raw. Then we're going to get into our regular schedule, which is Smackdown Live, 205 Live, Impact Wrestling, the UFC, What Culture Pro Wrestling, NXT, Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and all the news and rumors from the professional wrestling world. So sit back, relax, and enjoy another edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast.
Inverted commas.
Sure.
Yeah.
Welcome, Dr. Aiden Quinn, to chat. Very much so. I'm excited for this fall for a lot of reasons. But hopefully you like the new, I can't say logo, but the new thumbnail we have for the videos now for the Wednesday show, because I just finished it like legitly like 2 seconds ago. So yay!
Because we just realized, oh shit, Lucha ain't gonna be back for months. We need something else to fill in.
No, but thanks to the power of Twitter, Ashley, Krista Joseph basically has been posting Lucha facts since tonight. They aired like a best of, pretty much what Impact did. And there's a lot of interesting Lucha facts that came up, and I want to mention some of these later on tonight. So yeah, there's that.
Is it Lucha fact? Nobody gives a shit about. Oh, I can't remember even his bloody name. I have to get the notes. Nobody gives a. Oh, hang on. I'm going back because I need to remember. Nobody gives a shit about Vibora. People just want to call him Luchasaurus.
Yeah, I think Brian brought up something on the podcast the other day. I was listening, and he said something about, wasn't Luchasaurus one time called like Pindar?
No. Oh god. Somebody else that's confused.
That name is so much better than like the weird. Just call him Luchasaurus. That works better for me.
Vibora sounds like a fucking condom.
No, it sounds like a disease of sorts.
Yeah. Same thing.
Caused by not wearing the Pindar. So there you go. Well, Aiden, we're glad you're ready for the podcast tonight. We're going to talk a lot about everything. We're going to have some results. We're going to have all sorts of news. There's some rumors thrown in here, a lot of TV reports. Ashley's in here twice. So hopefully he won't echo and life will be good.
Yeah. It disconnected. I'll be in here twice from various times. And then went. I shouldn't really echo because I've got headphones in one ear. So the tablet can't be heard. And I've turned my speakers off, so there shouldn't be too much echo. So
there you go.
UK Championship.
Yes.
I legitimately cried. I don't know if it was because I saw the Sherlock finale or whether it was because, holy shit, 19-year-old Tyler Bate just became champion. I mean, it's incredible. The fact as well, it was him and Pete Dunne. You know, two lads from within 50 miles of my house. You know, probably an hour or so's drive away. Were the final two. And I feel proud for the promotion that they were part of, which Fight Club Pro. Which, admittedly, that's harsh because obviously Pete Dunne, And obviously Trent Seven, they've been in a lot of promotions. You know, Trent's been in ICW last year and
right.
Progress and everything. But certainly, I think they started because of it's probably their most local promotion that they work for. Because I don't know whether there is a major Birmingham promotion. I know Fight Club Pro operates out of Wolverhampton, but yeah, I saw. I'm trying to remember. I've got the DVD of it downstairs when I bought it, like a few months after the event happened. It was, I think it was a tag match actually with the Hunter brothers. I saw taking on Trent Seven and Tyler Bate, and that's the first time I saw them. And the great thing is, of course, afterwards they were just sitting in the crowd watching like normal punters. You know, watching the Shikara event that I was at. So it was it was a nice thing. But yeah, so at the time he would have been only 17. And he was wrestling like he was at least in his mid-20s.
Right.
And you know, the fact that I don't know, it's sort of like him, I'm speechless. I'm so pleased for that. In terms of like the other stuff, what was the one with the squashy finish? Was it?
I actually wanted you to discuss the matches, like your thoughts on the matches, like one by one, kind of like what we did when we were talking about the tournament in the first place on Monday.
Well, the one I would certainly want to single out from the first round is the whole Danny Burch. Was it Devlin?
Yeah.
Burch and Devlin. I honestly think the referee probably did get a little squeamish and ended the match early.
It was definitely a judgment call. I think it was basically an improv call. It was definitely not going to be the finish originally.
Yeah. Overall, the first night was solid. Nothing special. It did sort of hurt it. I feel though that the show went to pretty much 2 hours on the dot, because then you were basically, I think like the longest match might have gone somewhere around 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like towards the end, most of them would have been about 7 or 8.
I mean, Pete Dunne and Mark Andrews is about 11, and that's everything else was just Tyler Bate and Tucker was 10:45, and their other matches were well under 10 minutes.
Yeah. It'd been nice to, and also knowing what some of these guys can do, which I'd say is probably half the roster I knew by name or by appearance. It certainly didn't feel like British strong style. It didn't have the right tenacity and panache to it and everything. I think the turning point happened with the aftermath. The Pete Dunne, I'm gonna beat the shit out of the guy I'm facing tomorrow.
Yes.
And bloody, I just remember the gif of saying like, you know when your dad's pissed at you when you've done something wrong. And it's just like Regal staring at Dunn, and Dunn's like his hands up like, oh, I'm sorry. He's like, don't look at me that way. I'm sorry. It's like he might not wrestle anymore, but Regal still got it. Oh, the second night probably was much stronger.
Wrestling wise, yes.
And that was the thing. I think even the dark match, I can't remember who it was. I know Dan Maloney was in it. It was a tag team match. But the dark match really got the crowd livened up, which they were going to be anyway. With the quarterfinals, and going off the top of my head, Connors versus Mandrews. Mark Andrews. No, fuck it. We're not WWE Mandrews.
The crowd was chanting.
That was a
yeah.
Hold on. I've got your dark matches listed.
Yeah.
Was
it
just one?
On January 14th, it was Chris Tyler and Jack Stars defeating Ringo Ryan and Tiger Ali, which are the people that got kicked out of the tournament. And Jesus himself, Saxon Huxley, and Tucker defeating Nathan Cruz and Dan Maloney on night 2.
Yeah, that one I heard a lot of good things about from the people that were in attendance for the thing, because obviously it was the dark match.
Right.
So yeah, with the quarterfinals, these are probably out of order, but Connors and Mandrews was pretty solid. It did what I thought it had to do.
Right.
In essence, putting Mandrews over, which is a shame, but that's I get it falls. Trent 7 Wolfgang, I honestly thought they were going to put. I didn't think Trent. Well, I did think Trent could have won, but I'd have thought he would have been in the final because that would have been an interesting storyline development.
A Mustache Mountain final?
Well, no, because it couldn't be, because obviously they were facing each other. In essence, because Pete Dunne's match was first, if it had been Trent, then literally the team of British Strong Style that got established in Progress last month, because Tyler Bate joined in with Trent Seven and Pete Dunne, you would have actually had the final 3 being all of the people from British Strong Style.
Wow.
It weren't to be, but full credit to Wolfgang. He did put on a pretty good performance throughout the thing. The match was still very good. Proper sort of hoss fight as well was the sort of,
definitely.
which you sort of knew was coming because of how crazy their cage match was at Fear and Loathing a month back. Pete Dunne beat, was it Devlin?
No. Gradwell.
Pete was against Gradwell.
The guy he attacked on the night at the end of night 1.
Yeah. But that didn't need to be as good of a match as it could have been, because the story had already been set of Pete being the heel and whatever, and beating the crap out of him. It was Devlin versus Bate. That's the one I was remembering. That was pretty solid. But the other 2, I would say, were stronger. The semi-finals, though, both delivered.
Big time.
Okay, it might have had a screwy finish, Wolfgang and Bate, with the shoulder not being down properly, but I take it to the fact that it's a 175-pound 19-year-old trying to pin I think Wolfgang's in his 30s, so it's nearly double his age.
Wow. Let's see how old he is. 30.
Is he?
He's 31 as of December this year, so yeah, he's 30 exactly.
Yeah, I thought he was at least 30. I guess I just treat him as a veteran more, because obviously Trent's 34, 35-ish.
Right.
Trent's in the age gap of Kevin. And Pete versus Mandrews was... See, that would have probably happened a lot as well, because Pete goes to Attack Pro Wrestling, which is the world Andrews was mainly based out of. So that I expected to be good.
It was real good.
Then the final was just delivered as well. The annoying thing is I knew the result, obviously, like who won.
Right.
But just when the free count happened after the... And I do love the fact it's fucking called the Tyler Driver 97. That's like, yes, I approve of that. Just like when he got the pinfall and the free count happened and his face just turned to shock. It's like, oh my God. Like, I just had to, like, smile as big as a fucking Cheshire cat. It was like, yes, son. Yes, son. Oh my God. I know I've only seen you wrestling in the flesh once, but even from that alone, I still vividly remember the fact that he did the Cesaro spot. Yeah, we did the Cesaro swing mixed with an airplane spin on both Hunter brothers. And I was like, yep, I'm all right with that. I did like the fact as well that they gave, I can't remember whether they gave Trent it, but Tyler basically got the rip-off Peter Gabriel music as well.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yep, there you go.
I thought I was getting some Claudio action there.
No, that's a call back to, you know, where they can play licensed music because nobody's filming it.
Right.
Because I will say that crowd, when they had the match, they were easily singing along to Sledgehammer.
Oh, yeah. It's like Grado's entrance.
Yeah. And then in terms of everything else, Balor was sort of used right, if you can call it that. I'm a two-man announce team, but that proved to be very good because I think we've learned something, and that Vince McMahon is a dick. Because since we've been doing these podcasts, there has been 2 moments of genius from Michael Cole.
Right.
One was the Japan show.
Yes.
And the second was the UK tournament this past weekend.
Agreed.
Note, both of which Vince wasn't screaming in his ear.
That's a thing you missed on Monday. And if you go back to listen on the archive, you'll hear that I put Michael Cole over for his commentary in this.
Yeah. Yeah. He got most of the terminology right.
Yeah, he still doesn't know move names, but he's learning.
Not all. Well, I'm pretty sure Knight gave him some notes. And again,
I'm sure he did.
I noticed this I only noticed this because King Ross brought up in the WTF moments. Bloody Cole was saying the WWE fans, and I mean Nigel, who's only worked in the company for 5 hours, at least in terms of on TV time,
right,
was getting the terminology correct in terms of the company view, as in it's the universe, it's not the fans.
We're not done talking about Michael Cole tonight. He's in news later.
Oh,
news bit that I'm kind of excited about.
But Nigel, it's like
he was born to do this.
Literally, he's just stepped out of the Ring of Honor role and just gone straight in as color commentator extraordinaire.
Could you imagine Morrow and Nigel on Smackdown?
You see, in that essence, I wouldn't mind him and Nigel and Mauro and Tom.
Yeah.
I still think Tom's being short.
He is.
Clearly a good commentator in him, because look at NXT.
Exactly.
Actually, come to think of it, does that mean, because we've heard all the rumors about, they're getting rid of Tom announcing for NXT, does that mean San Antonio is going to be his last gig?
It might be, because even though we're not talking about it now, Jerry Lawler is back on the broadcast booth for Smackdown as of the Rumble.
Well, I don't know if he's on the Smackdown booth. Is it? I don't think it's a permanent. I've heard
according to what it was Talking Smack, it sounds very much like he's back permanently. At least for pay-per-views.
Oh my god. They've realized Otunga shit. Yes.
Yes.
But I mean, it's just, the tournament was very well done and put together. Kudos to Triple H.
Exactly.
Kudos for Regal for those stares and looks, because that's just...
Tell me you don't want to see Pete Dunne versus William Regal just once. If it was possible, wouldn't you want to see that match after this got built up the way it did?
I also noted Pete Dunne was wearing that color scheme again.
Yes, he was.
Hi, Daniel.
Not only a shout out to Daniel Bryan, but I didn't mention this on Monday. It's also a shout out to what Regal was wearing in the waning days of WCW. Same exact color scheme.
Yeah.
I want to know what you thought about Tommy End being himself.
It was an interesting pitch,
right?
Because he hasn't wrestled on NXT yet, has he? Television.
No, he's worked house shows, but that's about it. He's working under Aleister Black. Yeah, Jeremy, we'll talk about WCPW in a little bit.
I think because it's a UK show, and obviously he's wrestled a lot in the UK, even though he's not British, it made sense to actually bring him out as Tommy End.
Right. I agree.
Than any other name. They can get away with Neville because he's more established and whatever.
Right.
But yeah, that was a pretty good match for the fact that it was basically filler just to let the two guys rest.
Yeah.
Which may sound harsh, but it's not.
Well, actually, it played into Neville's character, though. The gimmick now basically saying he should be involved in this tournament anyway. He got screwed out of the Cruiserweight Classic, and then he got screwed out of 205, and now he's rectifying it by entering a UK tournament, which he can't get involved in, so he's going to make his presence known by facing somebody on the show. So he just wants to show his dominance.
Yeah.
And that works because Gladiator heel Neville was amazing.
Yeah, certainly.
We move on to Raw now.
If you want to call it that. Yeah. I mean, Raw was solid. Solid, it was sort of a good sort of solid. Okay, there weren't a lot of matches, but
no, there were not.
The bit was pretty good. I don't know why they did it though, because I'm guessing the same is going to happen next week.
Probably.
Because you always get the traditional everybody beating the shit out of everybody bit. They normally say for the pre-Rumble show.
True.
the New Day thing I'm sick of. The Divas division was truly back again this week.
Yep.
Not only with Nia Jax, like, not even being a good heel. But on top of that, the bloody Charlotte Bailey stuff. Oh my God. I think they're trying to bury both women now.
I think it was absolutely horrific. It did not do anything for either woman.
Mae Young is going to come back. Mae Young is going to come back and bloody win the title, even though she's dead. Because she's more bloody considerate than the writers are. I mean, it's just
it went too long. Number one, I mean, I mentioned this Monday, but I'll say it again. It went way too long, and Bailey looked terrible. It's bad because when it comes down to it, the people you really need to get over to be the people that you want to cheer for are Bailey and Sami Zayn, and they both got crapped on hardcore on Monday. And I don't care about the New Day and Titus. I want this over with. This needs to end like yesterday. Quite literally, because yesterday was the show we did on Raw. I mean, I don't care about Alicia Fox, but it was a thing. Tony Nese and Drew Gulak got wins this week, so that was cool, even though it didn't have it on Raw. Nese and Swan never got even started in the first place. The Good Brothers were basically treated as baby faces with a dusty finish. Which did no help for anybody.
Yeah.
At least Kevin Owens was the last man standing. And the funniest thing about that was the last thing you hear as Raw was going off the air when you see the copyright is fans chanting, yes, 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 as Owens is standing above the downed Roman Reigns.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the Rumble. Because if they do it, I've got a feeling they're going to be doing the Raw one very early. Because if they try and do it main before the Rumble, that crowd will just boo the entire Rumble.
Well, I mean, if they were smart, Ashley, they'll have Owens retain and everything will be good and right with the world.
No, but if you put it and have Roman win midway through,
that's asking for it.
Tell the crowd. No, but then tell the crowd, look, you're still getting Cena AJ. The crowd will not be too much on. I've just realized if Roman and Cena win, that could be an interesting crowd.
I mean, it's San Antonio. It's not a smart crowd. It's basically just like a temporary, like, general public audience. So they're going to cheer the faces, boo the heels. But I still think Roman's going to get booed out of the building because they've done nothing to build him up to have any sort of credibility with anybody except for women and children. And I'm not being derogatory. That's just who cheers when Roman comes out, and that's it. You notice when Cena came out on SmackDown, even though we're not there yet, we're almost there. Cena came out on SmackDown, you had a smattering of the John Cena sucks sing-along, but most people were cheering.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
It's because they know what could be about to come in 10 days.
Let's hope. Here's the thing.
11.
Two things before we end the show. Number one, your thoughts on Kurt Angle going into the Hall of Fame.
End the show. I was getting confused. We're ending the show already.
Thoughts in the show.
In this section. Angle, very pleased. I'm sort of thinking it's a bit early because I don't think he actually is going to retire.
No, I don't either. As long as they have a doctor that will clear him, he will definitely work.
No, but I'm saying he'll wrestle other things.
Yeah.
Then again, he might not be able to because of the legend stuff. Who knows? But I honestly think it will be a Ric Flair sort of thing. Like, oh, well, it won't be that he's an active wrestler when he's going in, unless they do that. But I'd be surprised because they don't want to. They did it with Sting, even though Sting was going in the Hall of Fame anyway last year. So yeah, that's the thing that I always thought was missing from the list. There wasn't like
a big name,
a main event sort of person. DDP would have been solid, but I think that you need somebody with, I don't know, more acclaim.
Right.
Really.
More of a household
name. I don't think DDP ever really got to that. He's only really had it over the last few years because of the success of DDP Yoga.
Right, and ask WWE fans.
Say DDP's run in WWF was ever successful, really.
If you ask that crowd, they'll basically be like, "Oh, you mean that guy that stalked the Undertaker's wife and teamed with Chris Kanyon and lost in like 5 seconds in a cage?"
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they would know him for. They don't know about his run with WCW and with the championship and everything he's done for the wrestling business. But I understand where you're coming from. We needed a big name like Kurt Angle, and I think it also plays into 2K because I think your showcase for WWE 2K18 is probably going to be Kurt Angle.
If they do that, remember.
If they do a 2K game, if they do a game of sorts, I think it would be the focus of the game will be Kurt Angle.
Well, there wasn't a showcase for 17, was there?
No, and there was a lot of people up in arms because it was basically 16 and 17 were the same game with different roster.
Yeah.
So,
except that the feature most people were excited for had been taken out.
So another thing, the line, I have to bring this up. It was during the actual video. It said, during Angle's time away from WWE, he faced stars like Sting, Samoa Joe, Bobby Roode, and AJ Styles on the independent scene.
Well, technically, because of their owners now, that's probably true.
Yeah, we'll talk about them later. Don't worry. I got 2 more things to ask you
because Queen Bitch isn't in charge anymore. We might as well call them an indie because then we can actually look up at them, not look down at them.
That's an interesting way to look at it, to be honest. So 2 more things before we end the segment on Raw. Number 1, your thoughts on Jimmy Snuka?
Conflicted.
Very much so.
Thoughts to his family and everything, but
yes.
I don't want to speak too glowingly just because of the Nancy stuff.
I put over my story, my Jimmy Snuka story where he stole our camera bag, but even though he didn't.
Yeah.
I had to bring that up, and I had to bring up the stuff he's done and everything, but it's literally the same. It's not the same. Well, it's probably the same, but we have allegedly the same situation as putting him in the same likes of Chris Benoit. You want to talk about his accolades, but if that's true,
it's a variant.
If that's true,
the thing is though with Chris, all that stuff obviously happened at the end of his career.
Right. This stuff happened pretty early in his career.
This happened around the same time as the Superfly jump from the cage at Madison Square Garden. Like when he was at the peak. So if anything, it's somewhat more of a taboo thing.
Right.
Because obviously Benoit was, when he was wrestling at his peak, was very an exceptional worker.
Of course.
Obviously some of the stuff that happened You know, whether it was CTE and all that sort of stuff that happened,
right,
that led to what he did. You know, what he did was absolutely horrible. But the thing is, everything that happened before that event sort of is untarnished sort of thing, because even though he was taking the shots and, you know, getting the situation that was happening, he was still a solid worker. When you realize that when he was doing all his crazy stuff and at the height of his popularity, the stuff with Nancy apparently happened, because obviously we'll never get a ruling as to whether he was guilty or whatever, but that's like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the equivalent. That'd be that's sort of the equivalent of, I guess it wouldn't be OJ.
No, that's actually the idea that was said over the weekend, that OJ is probably the closest thing you could really put it towards.
I'm trying to. No, I'd say the closest would be whoever killed Bruiser Brody.
Yeah,
because I'm guessing it was a wrestler.
Yeah, it was the Invader.
And I don't think we've ever. Did we ever find out who?
It's never been officially proven, and no one's going to say anything, but everybody's basically saying it was Jose Gonzalez, the Invader in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. You know, but at the time, obviously, the Invader was sort of probably he was probably a heel at the time, but he was a character there.
Right.
So it's, I'd say that's probably the closest. Okay, it was actually still within the wrestling circle and whatever, rather than, you know, a relative or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, but, and then, I mean, the tribute that they did at the start with the graphic, I think, was sensible.
Right, but making a video about it probably was going a little too far, especially considering the situation.
The song.
Yeah, my God.
When you called "Gone Too Soon," and you realize he killed a woman in her mid-20s.
Yeah.
You know, if anything, Nancy was the person that went too soon. You know, Snooker was what, 70?
Yeah.
70 something? Which, you know, die at age 70.
Yeah, every day.
Going to, considering Bowie went at 67. You know.
73.
Yeah. But, you know, but you know, Bowie died younger. Bowie was on a level that people would have said gone too soon, but yeah, that's the lifestyle these people lived. You know, Snooker was probably on the blow and the roids and everything, and that ain't gonna help. We're getting to the point that certain wrestlers that did abuse the roids over the 80s are probably going to be dropping like flies over the next few years, because the natural body cannot take steroids properly, especially at the rate that they probably would have had them back in the day.
Oh yeah, you could just pop them like candy.
Yeah, so, you know.
And a lot of people did.
It'll happen eventually.
Right.
You know, what you had for everything in 2016 across all stuff will happen more in wrestling over the next few years. Hell, it might even know. You know, people that were probably just on the AWA scene when most people were focusing on NWA / WCW.
Right.
And WWF. But yeah, certainly thoughts and prayers to his family.
Yeah, his family and his friends for sure.
Him himself, I don't know what to say. I don't like saying that, but
I understand where you're coming from.
Circumstances mean that I can't be too thoughtful of him for what he did and sort of got away with.
I mean, they literally worked so hard to get the case reopened, and then right before he was about ready to stand trial, and the family would finally get their I can't say comeuppance, but I guess you could say they finally get what they think is correct in the situation and what justifiably is correct. Then he is unable to stand trial and then basically dies right afterwards. So it's really
to me that's sort of slightly better for them, though.
It's a little karma,
if he was like
to say the least.
Yeah, but if he was unfit and then lived for like multiple years after.
Exactly. I see where you're coming from.
I feel it'd hurt them even more.
Oh, for sure.
But the fact that they said he's unfit to stand trial because he isn't that well, and then within like 2 months, he actually dies. It sort of is circumstances went against them this time. But it's not like the pain is there for too long.
Right.
Of sorts.
I mean, maybe this hopefully, I mean, obviously it's never going to give full closure, but maybe this is going to be a little bit of closure for the family. Not necessarily the way they wanted it, per se, but it's going to give them a little bit of closure.
To some extent, hopefully, yeah.
All right, so we move on. See, this is like always. We're normally like talking about everything rolling real fast, and we started to talk about something that we didn't get to talk about on Monday, and we're still on the same time frame that we normally would be on the show, and that's starting 15 minutes late.
Not for long.
Oh, yes. Let's move on to Smackdown.
Smackdown #1 announcer.
3 matches. 3 matches. There were 9 matches between Raw and SmackDown this week. That's it.
The thing is, though, I don't know whether he actually needed it. Because it was still a solid SmackDown. That's the weird thing.
It was fine, but we'll get to that in a minute.
So Shane came out with a big announcement.
Yes.
Saying that the WWE title will be defended in the Elimination Chamber. And so I'm going, wait, we already knew that.
Right. They had to make it official, though.
We knew SmackDown was going to be having the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, so why is it a thing?
I don't know.
And then I realized, hold on. They're doing the Royal Rumble, and then 2 weeks later, Cena or AJ is going to be in an Elimination Chamber match.
Right.
With 4 other guys. Because I'm guessing it'll probably Cena and AJ, because if the title changes, it's on his rematch.
I mean, it's a way to get the title off of whomever. If Cena doesn't win, if AJ wins at the Rumble, this is a way to get the title on Cena for Mania, and vice versa.
Yeah.
If you want the title on Cena, this is another way to get the title on Cena.
So then AJ comes out and basically isn't happy that he's going to have to defend the title in the Elimination Chamber. And Shane says, yeah, but what if you're not champion? And basically Shane says, you've been pretty phenomenal this year, AJ. But your attitude has not been. And then AJ says, "What if I take the title and my attitude and go back to Japan?" And I'm going, see, if that happened, I don't know whether New Japan would be pissed or WWE would be pissed.
I mean, AJ becoming the next
Or
CM
both.
Punk.
Or both. But then Cena shows. The great thing is Cena shows up, but doesn't talk because obviously AJ just shuts him up.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Shut up. You don't say nothing when your brother-in-law gives you a title match." Which is obviously, we're doing that stuff again.
Yep.
But in the way that they said it, it was a good line compared to what we'll get to in a bit.
Oh, dear God. Don't want to talk about that crap.
And then obviously, Miz came out and we had Miz versus AJ Styles getting set up.
Yes.
Then bloody Dean Ambrose saying that the IC title smells like cocoa butter and suntan lotion. Like, what? And then for some reason, Dean's going after Orton and the Wyatts.
Yeah.
Are we just doing this because American Alpha weren't fit or something?
I don't know what they're doing with Ambrose anymore. I just don't get it.
But
the feud with the Miz over for now.
Miz AJ was really good.
Yeah, it was. Furthermore, proving why the Miz belongs in the main event picture again.
Yeah. Who knows? That might be happening at Mania.
Yeah, they did a no finish to get to the end here.
Yeah. Clearly, this means Miz is in the chamber.
Oh God, yes. The thing is, though, Ashley, who's in the chamber? Who's over enough on the SmackDown roster? You've got Cena, AJ, Miz. I hate to say it, but Baron Corbin.
Yeah.
Who's the other two? I mean, you need more baby faces in there, but who really is a baby face on SmackDown anymore?
Dean?
He's got a title. Why would you put him in the chamber?
They've done it before, haven't they?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't think they'll go that route. I think they'll put other people in. Hopefully, it would be awesome if they would put somebody we're not expecting in the chamber. Somebody that, I don't know, debuts at the Rumble. A certain Samoan submission machine. Exactly. We're on the same page there.
You always got to say it like Scott Steiner.
Yeah. Why wouldn't Samoa Joe be in the chamber if he ends up debuting? Or Finn Balor or whatever they end up doing?
He could be.
Yeah. Bray Wyatt could be in there, to be honest.
Then Samoa Joe and AJ just go face to face, like in a promo beforehand. And Samoa Joe just goes, "Well, at least it isn't the King of the Mountain match."
God.
We're in sales, but it makes sense. So then we get the Natalia Nick. Fuck.
Can we just not talk about this?
Just the fact that Natalia went to the merchandise stand and, noted how Nikki, which is right next to Cena, and that Bret Hart's got merch and she hasn't.
Natty hasn't had merch pretty much her whole run, so she does have somewhat of a point, but she's a heel now, so she won't sell merch, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Only cool heels sell merch.
Talks about Bret as her ex-uncle.
And what was that about?
And
did I miss something that was said on SmackDown a long time ago?
Nikki has a lot in common with Brett. They'll both die alone. I'm pretty sure Brett's still got a wife, hasn't he?
I don't know anymore. Bret Hart has drama like daily, so I don't know if he still does.
I hope the wife goes to next week's Smackdown with a shotgun and points it straight at Natalia and goes,
"No,
yeah, he's gonna die alone."
Bret hasn't had a wife since 2015. Bret has, yeah, exactly. Bret had not had a wife for 15 years.
All right. Wow. So always this personal shit. Always this personal shit.
See, okay, when Nikki and Natalia fight, I can buy it. But when they bring the Total Divas crap into it, that's not going to work.
It's not even Total Divas. Not even Total Divas would use this shit.
Yeah, they would.
Because it isn't reality.
Oh, my goodness. I don't care.
It can't be, Nikki should have said, well, you're going to die. Look at TJ. That would have been the fucking proper fight. To be quite honest.
God.
So then we get Ambrose versus Orton. Actually, it was a pretty good match.
It was fine, but it was really slow in the middle, and the crowd could care less.
And then we had the weird finish with Harper getting involved.
He just randomly got in the ring like he was lost.
Yeah.
He just walking in the ring and am I supposed to be here? Okay.
And obviously they had a fight afterwards, and Wyatt split them up. And Harper wasn't taking any notice, so Bray just fucking punched him.
That worked for me.
And was like, you did this. You did this. And of course, Orton's smiling because I think this is the end game of him proving that he's the true cult leader or something. Then we have King's Court, which was really good.
Yeah, it was.
Dolph came out, and Dolph basically said nothing, and Jerry got to do his cheesy lines, Dolph, you're a good person, but lately that goodness has faded nearly as much as the bleach in your hair. And then to channel a bit of Hurricane, he basically went, "What's up with that?"
Yeah, I noticed that. That was interesting, to say the least.
And then Dolph still saying nothing. And saying, if you change your attitude, you'll be winning matches. And Dolph still saying nothing. And then they show the footage of him attacking people. And, Dolph just leaves the ring. And Jerry's like, come on. Come back to the ring. And then bloody... And this is where it takes a sort of turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not happy with. But in essence, it's establishing his character a lot, really well. Because Dolph's just like, if you want me to talk, I'm going to talk. I wasn't going to play your game. I knew that you try and make me look bad in front of my friends and family. And I'm going, wait, does that mean Jerry's friends and family or Dolph's? In which case, why would Dolph's family be in Memphis when he's from Ohio?
Right.
Surely that'd be next week. And
Yeah.
Dolph's got some footage of himself, and it's the Montreal tag match from 4 and a bit years ago. And Dolph's like, everyone knows what that was. That was the night that I dropped elbows on your chest before you suffered a heart attack. I know that you blame me, Jerry, and you blame me for that. It's a long, hard road, and you took a long time to face me man to man. If you don't stop with the questions, I'll finish what I started 4 years ago. So then Jerry was like, okay, one more question. How does it feel to know however many times you change your attitude, you'll still be a loser? And Dolph just walks away. And then, most importantly, super kicks him in the chest.
Right in the heart.
Yeah.
That was really well done.
JBL goes to check on him, and then, Jerry's like, if you've got any guts, get back in the ring. Which in turn is making me wonder, is Lawler having his retirement?
I mean, it is possible. I mean, Lawler got his WrestleMania moment, but it was a loss to Michael Cole. Could Lawler show up in the Rumble and eliminate Dolph Ziggler and lead to a match on the lower card of the show?
I don't think it'd be WrestleMania, though. I think they probably do it Fastlane.
Fastlane? Well, you do it at the Rumble, and then you set it up for Fastlane.
Yeah, but no, not Fast. No, of course it couldn't be Fastlane. It'd have to be the Chamber, wouldn't it?
No, it would. Yeah, I gotta remember what show we're on. Yeah, it'd have to be Elimination Chamber. I think what Dolph needs to do on SmackDown next week is try to go JBL into getting in the ring. Because they started that somewhat. And really have him go after both Lawler and JBL.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe have him take JBL off commentary for like a week or 2 weeks or something to make sure that, like, get rid of him, like do an injury angle with him. And then JBL basically is like, listen up, I'll take one more match with you just to shut you up once and for all. And then we do like JBL and Dolph on a SmackDown.
Yeah.
Unless the Lawler storyline is just setting up JBL versus Dolph in the Fastlane position, which is a possibility too.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, Lawler has entered the Rumble from the broadcast booth before, so he can do it again.
It would depend whether he's in his gear.
Exactly.
Then again, would he have to be?
Oh yeah, of course.
He wouldn't have to be. He could just be in his shirt and casual stuff.
Yeah.
Either way, so Wyatt then shows up and says how all the Wyatt family will be in the Rumble. But first, there is family business to deal with. Family divided will not survive. So next week, Luke Harper and Randy Orton will go one-on-one. And then the Immortal Lines, one will stand and one will fall. That's what I immediately thought. I was like, where's the Autobots and Decepticons logos? Damn it.
Oh my God, you're right. Didn't think of it that way, but there you go.
No, one will stand and one will fall was too iconic. Yes.
Good Lord.
So then we had the women's cage match.
Yes.
Which wasn't as good as it could have been.
No.
But was still solid.
Yeah, it was decent for what it was.
With La Luchadora appearing from nowhere.
Just like I said on Monday night. Exactly the same way. It happened exactly the same way I thought it was going to.
So Luchadora hits the Mickey kick.
Yep.
Should I have said that? With the DDT. And then Alexa told the ref to get out the cage. That was the best bit. Like, get out!
That's when we knew right there that the way that I thought it was going to go down was going to go down, because it basically leads to Becky getting double teamed until she gets the upper hand. And when she gets rid of Alexa momentarily, she finally rips the mask off, and it's Mickie James.
Mm-hmm. So Becky manages to rip off the mask. Mickie James is there. So weirdly, her figure's changed.
Yeah.
For the past few weeks. And I guess Mickey's in the women's division. Let's just hope she doesn't get dragged into any of the Divas storylines.
I don't think she will. That seems just to be for like a couple of the people on the roster. Nikki, Natalya, Carmella.
Yeah.
Apparently, wasn't there supposed to be something with Carmella and Ellsworth this week that they didn't follow up on?
Oh, the shopping spree! Oh, no! Where's my... This is up there now with my gold from Jeff. Where's my fucking shopping? Where's my shopping spree?
Oh, God.
Just like a Jack Gallagher duel, I demand satisfaction.
And that leads that's a great segue. It leads us into our 205 live review.
Oh shit, we're doing that next. Okay.
Yeah, of course we are. It's right after the show. So 3 matches on this show.
Gulak versus Cedric.
Yep.
Which, of course, was good.
Yeah, really good.
Well, the match was good. The whole shit with, like, Alicia screaming and all that stuff is like, no. Do we actually need that?
No.
The thing is, when she fucking disappeared, the best thing is, it's like Alicia wants to be with Cedric, and Cedric like doesn't give a shit about her.
Right.
But the thing is, because she and Noam disappeared, like early on, it never became a factor to the end. So basically, you just established we don't need to give a shit about that storyline anymore.
We just got a good
Cedric's
match out of
conscience was clear, surely.
Yeah.
Who knows? But yeah, the Saito bridging suplex was beautiful.
Yeah, it was.
Gulak's proving why he did the hand in the air before Tyler Bate gave us a wave. I didn't talk about that bit either. That was the best bit. Tyler gives a wave. Tyler gives a wave. But yeah, that's always been Drew Gulak's entrance, like coming out, like stern walking, then just like the hand in the air and like swiveling it as if he's like royalty, like just sort of like yes. That was good. And then the great thing is Alicia still loves Cedric because she slapped Noam Dar again. Like Cedric doesn't give a shit about you. Noam does. Why the fuck are you fighting it?
I have no answer for that.
Especially because it should just happen. Because then we just get super foxy.
Oh, God.
And then obviously we get the little Neville bit where he says, no, it's hard not to be impressed by him, but the only problem is Swan isn't on my level. You know, we had a good relationship in Japan, and Swan looked up to me, and It was sort of like it was a video package, wasn't it?
Yes.
I thought it was like a backstage segment thing, but yeah, it was. You could clearly tell that this is what they'll be airing in 2 weeks' time before the match at the Rumble.
Well, yeah, of course.
It's that style of video package. And then Nice is being asked about his match with Mustafa Ali, and he's like, "Some might have to train differently, but I'm a premier athlete," and I'm like, "Wow, that gimmick's sticking." Then I like that.
Yeah, he gets to be himself.
So Ali versus Nice was good.
Yeah, it was.
What was the bit?
The finish?
To think. No, but when he was getting him on the top of the ropes.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, I saw the GIF of this before I actually saw the match.
Okay.
And he got out the thing, kicked him in the corner so hard off the top of the ropes that he kicked him so hard that he landed on his shoulders and obviously did this the bloody that spot.
It's
beautiful.
See, Nice was really vicious in this match. I mean, Ali got a little bit of shine with the tornado DDT, and then he got taken out with a German into the buckle, and then a vicious running knee strike in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Looked devastating. It's just the great thing about Tony Nese. He makes things look so much better. Then again, certainly. The thing about Ali that a lot of people get him over with the crowd is his finish. And he didn't even get a chance to even go for it. So if you do a match with him where he's not like going for the one thing that sets him apart from most people in the division, that's kind of a lost opportunity.
Yeah, to some extent, certainly. But I guess they're pushing Nice at the minute. Or they're trying to make it somewhat even. I guess they're trying to make it somewhat even, possibly. I don't know.
No 50-50 booking on 205 Live, please. All right, let's move on to the fact that Akira Tozawa is coming soon.
Is this like Emelina?
Oh, no, not this case.
I want it to be it needs to be sooner than Emelina soon.
Well, I guarantee it will be because don't forget Tajiri did get injured, so he's going to be on the shelf for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But Tozawa's probably going to get what Tajiri was going to get. That's why they rushed him up to the roster. I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of something I'm okay with, let's talk about the I Forfeit match with Jack Gallagher and Arya Daivari.
Oh, this was good old I Quit match. Good old I Quit match.
Yes.
First bit that I remember. I mean, there was quite a bit of, do you want to quit bits? But there was one bit when Daivari was like, "You need to quit," like all the losers in this building. I was like, okay. It was also the bit. Oh, I think it was. Yeah, it was towards the end when he basically. Fucking Jack shouted out to Corey, "I believe you should get out of the way, sir." Just as basically Daivari gets thrown onto the announce table.
Exactly where Corey was previously sitting.
He's so gentlemanly. He actually told him, "You might want to get out of the way." Yeah, I'm throwing a bastard.
Pretty much. Many umbrellas were destroyed. Umbrella was destroyed.
Yeah. Gallagher called him a scoundrel.
That was great.
And then, like, right at the end, you know, when the second umbrella comes out, and Gallagher says, "I will do you the courtesy of forfeiting the match, or I can thrash you within an inch of your life."
Yes.
So Daivari goes, "Okay," and smacks Gallagher in the throat with a mic, and then Daivari goes for the Cobra clutch, but then Gallagher managed to hit Daivari with the umbrella, and then puts a crossface chicken wing on with the umbrella, and Daivari forfeits. Gallagher wins.
Has Marty Scurll done something like that before? That's the only thing I could imagine when I was watching that, Ashley, is I was wondering if Marty Scurll has ever done that. Use the crossface chicken wing with the umbrella. Don't know if that's much of a villainy thing to do or not.
Yeah.
This was good. This was really good. It got the crowd was into it.
Mm-hmm.
So now we move on. Oh God. Let's talk a little Impact Wrestling.
Oh. First thing I have to mention is I didn't see this one live, mainly because I don't think I could, because the feed I normally get is Canadian.
Yes, that's in the news.
Except Canada didn't get it because the file that they sent to the Fight Network, which is their fucking company.
Yep.
Keep in mind, the file that was sent was corrupted, so it couldn't be aired. I can't remember what they aired in its place. Obviously, because I never saw it live, I didn't know. But
I think it was last week's show.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there you go.
So are we going to skip over the show then?
No. I have got notes, and I did catch it afterwards because obviously Pop TV still aired it.
Right.
And the Hardys basically are going to delete the Wolves in the main event.
Right.
And then EC3's out and says, yeah, I just wanted a clean shot at the world title, but got screwed 2 nights in a row thanks to Davey Richards. Don't take WikiLeaks to see that they're colluding to keep me away from the title. And I'm coming for the Wolves like Liam Neeson in The Grey. Yes!
Oh my God. Why do you have to bring that up?
I love that. Love that line.
Give you credit, EC3. You know your movies.
So bloody Lashley comes out instead and says, how does it feel when you get interrupted? His shoes on the other foot sort of thing. And basically, both of us got screwed by Davey. Both of us want the world title. So I propose a solution. You versus me, EC3, in a last man standing match for a shot at the TNA world title. And Lashley's desperate for an answer, and EC3's saying, you want an answer? Okay. And the referee. So we start off with a last man standing match on a TV show. Which wasn't too bad. The finish came with basically there was a whole load of chair shots to each other, and then they both fell off the apron through some tables that were set up. And the key thing is Lashley gets on his feet at 9.9. and EC3 gets on his feet at 10.1. It was that the ending was that well executed that it sort of made the match even better.
Right.
Because it sort of was like Lashley was so close from it being a double count out. But at the same time, EC3 was so close from doing it himself. Solid. So then they announced that Race for the Case is back. And I'm going, when the fuck did that happen? I know of Feast or Fired, but not Race for the Case.
Do you want me to give you the rules for Race for the Case?
Is it to do with if you're the right race, you get the case?
No.
So
okay.
Only people from the Far East are allowed the yellow one because we're being stereotypical?
Oh my God. Okay, it's funny because this is on Impact's website. I'm going to read it. I can't say it verbatim, but I'll read it what I can. This is the first time we've ever heard of this match. This will change the game for several Impact stars. Tomorrow night, 12 competitors enter the ring vying for a colored briefcase high above the ring. The briefcases all hold the number to their destiny. This sounds like one of those Jim Cornette angles back in the old days. No offense to Cornette, obviously. It was one of my biggest moments to manage in front of him in West Virginia, but still. This sounds like something Jim Cornette would have booked back in the day. Well, storyline booked back in the day. Not only are the competitors fighting for a case, they're fighting for the number, the best number. And obviously everyone wants to open their case to find out the reveal of the number one. So it's deal or no deal. Even more so, the Feast or Fired. The number that is unveiled with each opening of a case will determine what the order the winners will be able to pick a match of their choosing with any stipulation. The competitor can challenge for whatever title they would like. For the winner who opens the case with the number one inside, their opportunity is endless. Once a match and stipulation have been decided, the other winners with numbers 2, 3, and 4 cannot choose the same type of match or stipulation. Their choosing must be much different than the first. For example, if the winner of the case with the number 2 wants to challenge for the world title, and number 1 already decides that they indeed want to compete for the world title, they're unable, and their decision must be rendered obsolete. All of the winners and their decided matches will take place in the future at Open Fight Night against a person of their choosing. It all gets started Thursday, tomorrow. Who will win the cases, and what order will the competitors get to choose their choice of match, and all that encompasses. Tune in tomorrow at 8, 7 Central to find out who will be the lucky winners. This is on ImpactWrestling.com.
I need to find a sounder.
After that.
What is this shit?
That sums it up perfectly.
What is this shit?
Christ. Glad to see you haven't changed your ways, Impact. It's brilliant. Live show. Really good. And just as soon as you went through that, I was like, Dixie's still alive, isn't she? He's like, Dixie's still in this company somehow. Because who would come up with this shit? So then, for some reason, Eli Drake manages to, well, with thanks to Tyrus, get a stagehand and hold him hostage and have him read a statement from Eli that basically says the fans don't deserve for Eli to say dummy yeah, so he's taking that away. And statements will now be made without microphones. Wait, so the gimmick that people liked with Eli Drake is being squashed. This guy's fucked, isn't he?
Well, he already was.
You know, and he's not sorry. The fans did this to themselves. The fans did this to themselves. The fans did this to themselves. Who knows? So now Sailor Spud comes out. And it's a man so gracious his name must be sung instead of spoken. It's fucking Pimp Aaron Rex. And yeah, he's had an epiphany. Everybody paid good money to watch him for years, but nobody ever paid to see him compete in the ring, to wrestle, to engage in barbaric and violent conduct. What about all the fucking indies you wrestled over the past few months, you twat?
Yeah, there's always that.
People just pay to see him, so that's what they're going to get from now on. He's got to lose the jacket because it's hotter than Mariah Carey on New Year's Eve. That's fucking dated. When it happened, it was probably good for the crowd. But, oh my God. And then Robbie shows up saying Spud lost to a 2-year-old baby and quit. And that Aaron Rex is the same old jackass. And then Rex puts on his rings. So there was some random shot with somebody playing with a bunch of rings backstage earlier. And Rex said violence isn't the answer, even though he used violence. I mean, I'm fucking disappointed. I'm pretty sure Sandow is disappointed in himself as well. Yeah. He said he didn't want, no gimmicks required. And he's now in a fucking gimmick. Then we got DCC. And Storm says 2017 is a new beginning, but we can't forget what happened. And Bram says, Decay left me for dead. And that's why I joined, to get revenge. So all of a sudden, we've realized they do not give a fucking shit about the tag titles anymore. It's now actually mainly about Bram wanting revenge.
Pretty much.
So the guy that got attacked by the heels is now a heel, and the guys who were heels are now faces. Fuck. So Eddie Kingston says, I've got 15 years of memories of paying dues and office people telling me he's too street and I don't play the game. And I'm like, no, it's probably because your match was shit at the bloody tryout 2 months ago. And the devil whispered, Storm goes, the devil whispered in my ear that I can't handle the storm. And I told the devil I am the storm. Of course it is. It's your fucking name, son. And the DCC is the Death Crew Council. Do you have to go to them for planning permission?
Yeah.
I don't know. And then we got Maria and Ali and says, I gave you a list of stuff to do, Ali. And you're not a wrestler and never will be, because considering you can't get it into your head, I'll get my husband to end the stupid thing with Braxton and leave him in a body cast. And whatever that is. So then we get Decay versus Bram and Kingston of the DCC. Which basically just gets to a no contest because everybody keeps beating the shit out of each other, and because the ref can't get control of it. The ref just gives up. He's just like, fuck this shit. I'm out. Literally. Oh. So that was a wasted segment. Then we got the Wolves, and Eddie's excited that Davy's first match back is for the tag belts. And Davey says, he wants to apologize because it's frustrating to see everything that Eddie's accomplished while he's been home injured and feels naked without gold. And he's like, let's change that and let's win the tag titles. Then we got Brooke Tessmacher, who shows up and basically saying she took time off to have a kid, that now she's back as a full-time member and wants a Knockouts title. Oh, God. Then we get Bennett versus Sutter, which is over in about a minute. Because Sutter gets a snap power slam pretty early on. Then Bennett manages to hit the Miracle finisher, but doesn't go for the pin. Ali then shows up to distract both Maria and Mike. And then we get a jackknife roll-up from Braxton, and Braxton Sutter wins. Again, a waste of time because of how short it was. I know why they did it, because obviously, it puts over Sutter and Ali and all that sort of thing, but did it have to be just a minute? So much so that the Bennetts are basically backstage and sick of Braxton and Ali. And Maria goes, "Oh, I know what to do, and you'll love it." And Mike's like, "What is it?" Spoilers, it's the wedding thing. Which is so fucking memorable that Mike Bennett shows up to the wedding drunk. What the fuck? Don't worry, I'll get to the whole shit that we missed last Thursday in terms of tapings in a minute.
Yeah, I've got the results for Thursday.
Yeah, Rosemary comes out and says, Gail, Kim, and Jade are only the first, and decay spread like a virus. And every knockout will feel the darkness, taste the darkness, and eat Skittles. Sorry, become the darkness. And Jay comes out and goes, "Well, I'm still here, and if it weren't for you spraying mist in my face, I'd be champ. I'm not leaving the ring until I get my rematch." And Rosemary tells Blue. I guess because Jade. I don't know.
Yeah, that has to be it. But even though Jade is green, but okay.
Or blue pants. I don't know. Hope to little life remained in a carcass because he enjoys making us suffer. And if you want to go to hell and back, fine. But, you'll have to accept the invitation to a monster's ball. And Jay goes, "You seem pretty sick. But I'm pretty sick too. That sick guy. Sick girl, I guess." Red versus blue. I'm like, can you not give any more publicity to the show on El Rey? Admittedly, it's a Rooster Teeth web series, but they were showing it on El Rey for weeks when Lucha Underground was on, and I was like, okay, that's a bit random. Either way, prepare for war, you demon bitch. And that happened. And then we get the Hardys versus the Wolves, which was a good match. But eventually, basically, the Wolves hit Jeff with a pop-up alarm clock, but then Matt manages to block the super kick German suplex combo, and pulls Davey up for the win. So the Hardys retain. Yes. Sorry, gotta do that. Davey's pissed and walking away from Eddie as we head off for the week. And then fucking whatever's airing in 2 months. Oh.
Well, we'll pick up news now, so we make this a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Wrestling Observer newsletter, something that we kind of treat pretty high esteem level, has reported the next TNA tapings to take place at Universal are going to be March 2nd through the 9th. Tentative plans for WrestleMania week, but there is no official confirmation yet. Who knows? Maybe by that time we'll start having Horror Nights construction. I guess we'll find out. There is still rumors that they're going to be working with another company. Like I said before, kill two birds with one stone, work with Ring of Honor. Not just because I want to see that. January 12th was the last day of...
Considering what happened in the last 48 hours.
Yes. Yes. Work. Do a TNA Ring of Honor like collaborative show on the Wednesday or Thursday of WrestleMania week, and then do some sort of a false finish to where they go to a no contest. Is like, you've gone to, we took it to you. Now you're going to, how about you come over to Lakeland and we'll finish this once and for all. And that'll get more people to want to go to Supercard of Honor.
You know what should happen?
Yeah, I need to be at that show. That's what needs to happen.
Loaded goes live in a couple of months.
You are correct.
I have got the premonition that WCW is going to find a lot of money to get the Young Bucks in.
Oh, it's probably at all. But yeah, if they want to do something, I do think that it's a possibility. But like I said, that's just something I want to see. All right. The final tapings were January 12th. They taped a match for Explosion with Angelina Love defeating Brandy Rhodes. So, obviously, this is spoilers, but we revealed the entire spoilers for every show until this last week on the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast, so might as well end this. The DCC turned in their yellow briefcase from Chase for the Case to challenge Decay to a Falls Count Anywhere match. Yes, they have taken their briefcase and not challenged for the tag belts. No, they just want the Decay.
Yep.
Okay. DCC over Decay, Falls Count Anywhere when Bram hits a pile driver through the table on the floor. My guess it's probably Steve that took that. Unless it was Abyss. But Abyss makes more sense, but it probably looks more logical to have Bram hit Steve with a pile driver. Bobby Lashley came out. He's like, I'm the baddest man on the planet. Last time I checked, that was Mike Tyson. He said he's too good for the whole Impact Wrestling roster. Cue New Japan Pro Wrestling Access ring commentator Josh Barnett.
/ alumni, because I don't think he's there anymore.
Yeah.
Or who knows, actually.
Well, we'll see.
Plus, also, active UFC wrestler.
Yes.
Technically. Which in itself is controversial, considering that Lashley works for the other side.
Yeah, it's very strange. So, basically, Barnett makes the challenge, and he's like, MMA has rules, but here in Lashley's world, there are none. So, Lashley accepts. Moose retained the Grand Championship, defeating Drew Galloway in a split decision. So you take that any way you want. That means either Galloway's leaving TNA or didn't re-sign and is going back to the UK, or they just put some more heat on the storyline. But I think Galloway's gone, but we don't have a confirmation yet either way. Eddie Edwards comes out. He said he's going to beat Davey Richards. Angelina comes out instead. Eddie's going to get his shot when she says so. Eddie was too busy chasing titles when Davey was hurt. And then introduces the American Wolf, Davey Richards. They get into a pull-apart brawl, and the former Wolves are going to battle in a anything-goes street fight. Josh Barnett defeated Bad Bones. He wins with a Northern Lights float over into a Kimura. We had a last knockout standing match with Rosemary defending successfully against Jade. Cowboy James Storm defeated Jesse Goddard. Eddie Edwards comes out. Angelina comes out to introduce Davey. But Davey runs through the crowd, jumps Eddie from behind, and then Davey and Angelina beat up Eddie and Alexis. So yes, it's more real-life couple storylines, Ashley. You love them so much.
God.
Angelina makes a symbolic 3 count for Davey. Main event for the time, Bobby Lashley defended against Josh Barnett. Barnett wins. They did a dusty finish. The referees argued about it, and they restarted the match. Lashley retained. TNA has a choice. They could either A, go with Barnett winning and completely scrap what they wanted to do with the reversal of the finish, or they could just do it this way. It just depends on what they want to do. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. And the final of the show was the wedding between Braxton Sutter and Laurel Van Ness. Mike Bennett's the best man. Rockstar Spud's as the flower boy with Aaron Rex. Sienna and Maria were the bridesmaids. Allie's the ring bearer. When asked if anyone objects, the whole crowd yells, "We object." Braxton says no to the vows. He said he's always been in love with Allie, but Maria forbid them to date or Allie would have been fired. Yes, this is the TNA audience that are definitely smart enough to read the internet to know that Allie and Braxton Sutter have been together for a long time.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because Maria fires Allie and she's like, "You can't fire me, I quit." So they all brawl. Braxton punches out Mike Bennett. The women cat fight, and the crowd goes home happy.
After what they sat through, no.
Well, like I said, TNA's fun to attend live. Maybe not necessarily watching on television, but it's fun to attend live. So speaking of Galloway, his contract expires mid-February. He was hoping to resign before these tapings, but that did not happen. Galloway's noted there are other offers on the table outside of TNA. He feels he needs to consider those as well. His most recent injury gave him a little bit of a fright, and he needs to consider his and his family's future. The Hardys' contract is expired in February as well. They were not at Thursday's taping, but they appeared at all the other tapings. And, of course, the last time they showed up was the Wednesday taping, where they went all Bill and Ted after announcing the Expedition of Gold. They said they're going to go to the Honorable Ring to face the Bucks of Youth on the Meek McCann show. Matt said they upgraded Vanguard 1 with teleportation powers, and like I said, they touched the drone and went all Bill and Ted. Lights went out. When they came back on, they were gone. So, obviously, WWE is interested in bringing the Hardys back. TNA doesn't tape any sort of programming until March 2nd, so think of that what you will. So, according to Pete Windsor, Jeff Jarrett and Dutch Mantell were present at the tapings, but they had no say in creative. John Gaburek, Matt Conway, and Madison Rain were responsible for writing and directing the show. They planned a lot of this before Corgan even left. So Jeff Jarrett made a suggestion to get one of the greatest men that ever lived, Don West, back to the company. Very happy. Very happy. My man Don West is back in TNA. He's going to liquidate a lot of the stock before TNA officially moves to a new warehouse. Dixie wasn't involved or at the tapings. Like Ashley mentioned, the Fight Network in Canada did air the wrong episode because of the corrupt file. They later played the correct episode after they were sent the new file. And yes, it was a repeat episode. Following the official announcement of Anthem purchasing the majority stake in TNA, TNA management and staff will be condensed into one place. Right now, it's split between the warehouse and the production offices, Skyway Studios in Nashville. but more will be coming after that. Jeff Jarrett was in Los Angeles this past week for meetings related to Global Force Wrestling. And to the care of almost no one, Marty Bell is now gone from TNA.
Victim of circumstances.
Pretty much was. So that's your TNA news and your TNA segment for the night, or Impact Wrestling. I don't want an owl to come after me.
I can't do it.
So
we're
gonna move on from Anthem to the world of mixed martial arts. So Ashley, what's going on in UFC?
Oh, so UFC was an interesting one, in that we basically saw murder. Because, spoilers, even though it's not really spoilers because it's already happened, BJ Penn needs to retire.
I heard about this.
Because basically, if his corner was sensible, but obviously they're sort of strung up by BJ. Because basically, for most of the first round, BJ was just like somehow surviving. And I'm pretty sure, his coaches would have been like, should we just call the fight? And knowing BJ, he's like, no, I can do it. And when you got somebody as headstrong as BJ is, you're not going to stop him. Second round starts. Literally, like the first punch from Rodriguez I think it was actually a kick that took him down. But he was immediately gone. And then for about 15 to 20 seconds, Rodriguez was just punching him and punching him and punching him. And the fact that it went that long and that the referee didn't, stop it or whatever. I don't know. So yeah, Rodriguez won the main event. In terms of the matches on the card, I'll go through them in order. On the Fight Pass stuff, we had Cyril Asker beat Dmitry Smolyakov midway through the first round. Midway through the third, Joachim Chestenson beat Bojan Mihalovic in the light heavyweight class. Heavyweight bouts saw Walt Harris beat Chase Sermon by a second round KO via knees and punches. And then Nina Ansaroff beat Jocelyn Jones-Labarga with a rear naked choke submission with a minute and a half or so of the third round left. Then for the Fox Sports 1 preliminary card, Tony Martin beat Alexis White via unanimous decision. Alexei Olenek beat Victor Pesta with an Ezekiel choke submission. The thing about this is Pesta was actually in the dominant position. Basically, the idea is you put the Ezekiel choke on where you're sort of on top sort of thing. Aliknik decided to do it when he was on the bottom, when Pesta could have easily, tried to outpower him and whatever. Sort of putting himself in a submission of his own to some extent. And Pesta still Pesta still tapped. So that was really impressive. And that was like midway through the first round. So that was ridiculous. Then in the bantamweights, we had Augusto Mendez beat Frankie Sons via split decision. And Draka Closer beat Devin Powell via unanimous decision in the lightweights. And then for the main card, Sergio Pettis beat John Moraga, unanimous decision. I think I mentioned the flyweights. A welterweight fight with Ben Saunders and Court McGee went to Saunders via unanimous decision. And then the lightweights. I mean, it's interesting because from the way that I saw it, Marcin Held had the match won pretty easily. You know, it could have been a 29. You could have given one of the rounds to Lozon, but I'd say Held was the more dominant. One of the judges gave it to Held 30-27. The other two gave it 29-28 to Lawson, so he won via split decision. Which is interesting because most people didn't think that was right. So, in terms of the actual performance bonuses, fight of the night went to Mendez versus Sons via the split decision, which makes sense because obviously with it being a 28, 29, 29, 28, 29, 28, that's as close as you can get it. It wasn't like the other one where it was like, and from what I remember from people hearing, because I never saw that one actually, a lot of people were saying that was a sort of toss of a coin thing. So every right that it gets some money. Although I will note as well, both men got $20,000 anyway. So they got another 50 on top of the 20. So they were probably pleased. And the performances of the night went to Yaya Rodriguez for beating the fuck out of BJ Penn and Alexei Olenek for that Ezekiel choke, which makes sense. Speaking of making sense, what doesn't make sense? Bloody Bellator. Yeah, we don't normally talk about Bellator on here, but it's worth doing so this week because this, I think it's Saturday. Let me just verify that it's coming. Hang on. Can I please have a look at the shit?
Bellator 170?
Yeah, I was trying to remember what number it was because their number system's all over the place. So yeah, main event is the one that everybody's going for, which is Tito Ortiz versus Chael Sonnen.
which is the MMA battle of Celebrity Apprentice.
Yeah, pretty much.
It totally is, because one guy got fired and the other one's most likely getting fired next week. Spoiler.
So I won't run through the Spike.com card because that isn't most of the names on there I don't really recognize.
Right.
To be quite honest, I don't recognize most of the names on the rest of the card either for the main bit, but I'll just run through the five. So in the lightweights, we've got Derek Campos versus Derek Anderson. So Derek wins. We know that much.
Derek always wins.
In the featherweights, we've got Yorgi Karkayan versus Emmanuel Sanchez. Then the middleweights, one of the Gracies. This time it's Ralek Gracie taking on Hisaki Kato. And the middleweights. Then a welterweight fight with Paul Daly taking on Brennan Ward. And then Ortiz versus Sonnen happens, apparently. And then probably the next time we'll be paying attention to Bellator, which I'll probably mention again anyway next week, will be February the 18th because that's when Fedor's in action. Also, Congo's fighting again.
Wow.
Which I'm pretty sure that is. Hang on, let me check. Mixed martial arts record. Yeah, he's been in for a while. Yeah, 2001 was his first fight. But he's faced LeVar Johnson and King Mo and Roy Nelson and Mark Hunt and quite a few names. Frank Mir, Cain Velasquez, people that clearly they must have been in a different promotion and whatever. Yeah, Sheik Congo is a pretty good talent, so he's in action on that card on the undercard for Fedor Mitrione. Nothing else seems to be standing out, so that's Bellator. I don't think there's much in terms of MMA news from what I remember. There is one thing saying that Hendricks is apparently going to be moving to middleweight to face Hector Lombard on the February 19th fight night. Apparently, Nate Diaz is applying for a boxing license in Nevada. Is he trying to take Connor's bloody spot?
Oh God!
Against Mayweather. Oh, I guess I might as well bring that up then.
Yeah.
Because it's so there was a very good boxing fight with James DeGale and an American that I can't remember, but the American was being promoted by Mayweather. The decision went to a majority draw, which some people are like, that's a bad thing, but I'm like, how can it be a bad thing? It means they have to fight again, and how good that fight was pretty damn good. But yeah, Floyd was like, this is a travesty. Why didn't my man win the belt? And I'm like, that isn't how it works. Just because you've got a shit ton of money doesn't mean he wins. That isn't how it works. But either way, at the same time, Dana basically came up and apparently offered a 50 million purse, split 50-50 between the two of them. That's Connor and Floyd for a fight. I'm guessing it will show from what but it would a percentage of the gate attendance, a percentage of merch sales, a percentage of the pay-per-view buys, all sorts of things. And Floyd basically said, I don't work for free. And I'm going, well, 25 million isn't really free. Basically, Floyd saying, I want 100 or else. So, I guess he's smoking the pot. Maybe. Just quickly see if there was anything yesterday in the MMA stuff as well. I'm getting distracted by other stuff. Oh, Tim Kennedy announced his retirement from MMA in a post on Facebook. He lost to Kelvin Gastelum at 206 a month or so back. And Angela Hill will face Jessica Andrade at UFC Fight Night in Houston on Super Bowl weekend, after Hill was granted an exemption from having to undergo the mandatory 4 months of USADA testing before fighting. Basically, because they're desperate, clearly. Because all the other women are fighting amongst each other. It's now getting to a point that Nunes wouldn't mind fighting for the other belt that's just been created. So you're diluting the division even more because they want to go after different belts. But because they've been at a different weight class, it's like, oh, screw it.
All right.
Screw it.
I think that's our MMA talk for the night.
Yeah, probably.
So I guess we're going to go into a little WCPW. So what's going on with What Culture?
What isn't?
Yeah.
Holy shit, what isn't? So WCPW Lights Out, the extra exclusive show. Started off with Prospect of Archer and Gracie versus Moss and Slater for the tag belts. And wasn't too bad a tag match. You know, but it just it seemed like, because obviously when we saw Prospect on Kirby Mania, it was sort of like, you know, oh, we'll never get a title shot. And then all of a sudden they have got a title shot. And so they've basically gone from people opening the show to, wait, we need to win the tag belts. Just like in, okay, it was opening the show as well. It just, I don't know. Afterwards, James R. Kennedy basically seemed angry with them. Basically, they cost him money. I'm guessing the idea is that he paid a lot of money to get him a title match, and of course they didn't deliver. That sort of thing.
Makes sense.
So now B. Priestley makes her way out as we set up the triple threat women's match with her, Evilise, and Tessa Blanchard. This basically was only about 5 minutes, I think. I never looked at the time, but it was short. I don't know what was going on because B basically B kneed her in the invisible testicles, Tessa that is, and hit a DDT for the win. The key thing to note about all this shit is, I don't know whether it was this show on this weekend that did it, but this past week on Shine, Evilise wasn't able to attend the show because she'd been medically unclear. Well, she wasn't clear to wrestle. So if she injured herself, I didn't notice it properly.
Right.
But if she did, we know who to blame. Probably B. Priestley. So afterwards, the Swords of Essex surround Tessa, and Tessa does take on all of them. But eventually, Nosferatu and Wainwright sort of get the upper hand. But then Ricochet comes out to make the save. And then for some reason, Alex Shane is confused as to why Ricochet would save Tessa Blanchard. Apparently, Alex Shane's been watching too much fucking TNA on the $4.99 a month app. God almighty. Then we get Travis Banks versus Zack Sabre Jr., which was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. As you'd expect, considering, you know, you've got a high-flying New Zealander versus a high-flying technical Brit. Very interesting finish as well, because Banks got a roundhouse followed by a German and then finally a springboard roundhouse to get the win. You know, gets the pinfall and the 3 count is made. But Sabre immediately manages to lock on the armbar as, you know, the refs asking to ring the bell and everything. So I don't know whether the idea was that he was supposed to. I mean, clearly from the way he wasn't supposed to kick out. But that that sort of false finish that wasn't a finish was an interesting move. But yeah, if that match ever gets put up online, it'd be worth catching. And apparently Doug was applauding Travis Banks, so I guess we know who he was watching last week at Kirby Mania. So now we've got the number one contendership triple threat. Well, no, sorry. Number one contendership three-way dance for Cody's WCW Internet title. CPW, if I say it properly. So it's El Ligero, Marty Scurll, and Gabriel Kidd. Ligero was the first to go with the chicken wing. And then Kidd did pretty well as well, but thanks to the referee being distracted, Scurll got a low blow and a chicken wing. But yeah, it was a good match because it had the right sort of story following it through. Because obviously the whole thing is, when's Gabriel going to get a win? He's having all these great matches, but he's not winning. So he's basically Gabriel Kidd is Kenny Omega.
Wow, that is a way to look at it.
If you think about it.
Yeah.
And then Scurll gets on the mic and says, I'm mad that my name wasn't on the list that Cody made after he left that big company. And he says, well, I took away that thing from the top of your list, which from what I remember was Bowler. Because Marty knocked him out of a tournament.
Exactly.
And then Marty goes, I'll do it again by taking your internet title. Dun, dun, dun. So then we get a backstage segment with Martin Kirby setting up a merch table, and Kirby's angry that the GM role pays next to nothing.
Nice.
It's WCPW. What do you expect? And Joe Hendry approaches him, and he's annoyed that the number one contendership spot was picked via lottery and wants another shot. Kirby says, all right, I'll give it to you if you do me a favor. So then we have the pre-recorded Boiler Room Brawl, which is more like a fight in What Culture's office. It's not really a Boiler Room Brawl. It's just an office fight. I guess it does start sort of like in the Boiler Room Brawl. The great thing is they never established the match. So the whole idea of, the first one to leave the room is the winner or whatever. I guess that got thrown out the window. Not literally, obviously, because Boiler Room wouldn't have a window. So they just have a fight through like the main office. Primate got force-fed a banana. There was a... They used the bloody WC... They used the What Culture fake Money in the Bank thing from the bloody prediction game as a weapon. Then we got bloody pool cues. Rampage being force-fed a pint of milk. T-shirts. What Culture magazines being used as weapons. And then bloody Primate stomping on King Ross's cape and crown. And then, I don't know, it went all over the place. There was a weird bit as well that Primate sniffed and bit off the head of the cardboard cutout Eva Marie.
All right.
And then them to the lift. Now in the car park. Somehow. So I don't know how he made the lift move because he didn't know how to press the button because he's Primate or whatever. So the fight goes into the car park, and basically Primate manages to spear Rampage into some meshed off area, and then Primate's got a chain and chokes out Rampage, and then all of a sudden the referee waves it off and out, Primate wins. It's like, I mean, it's a bit confusing. In fact, it's not a bit confusing. Fucking confusing. So then we have Doug Williams versus Joe Coffey, which was a solid match, as you'd expect. Coffey winning with the black coffee. Then we've got Cody with a backstage promo and saying, talking about the definition of Ricochet. So clearly he's Shane Douglas now. His wrestling career has rebounded since August 2016, and that leads to the first time ever match with Ricochet. And Cody says the internet title is bulletproof. So apparently he's now part of the Bullet Club wherever he is.
Yep.
Who knows?
That's been the case for a while now.
So then we got the Swords of Essex, Nosferatu and Wainwright taking on Joe Hendry and Martin Kirby. I'm guessing this is the angle. So the interesting thing here is Hendry's getting more and more like Psycho Sid, in that he's going to snap. But the question is, when? The key thing to note is basically Kirby manages to accidentally knock Hendry off the apron. And then Kirby does the Kirby gets hit with the double team Death Alley Driver foot stomp combo. And Swords of Essex get the win. And they said on commentary how Kirby cost his team again, in 2 successive nights, because obviously Kirby Mania was the night before and whatever. Then we had Ricochet versus Cody, which I think, have they put that up on the YouTube page yet?
I believe so, yes.
Solid match. But the interesting thing is the crowd really don't give that much of a damn about Cody anymore. They're sort of losing interest in him. I don't know whether that was Manchester or not, but you could sort of tell the crowd were basically going like, oh, well, he's going to win. So what's the point in him having the match? So, no. It was still a good match. With Cody managing a wheelbarrow attempt. Crossroads. But who knows? As I say, clearly they knew that, especially, I guess, because they had the promo of Martin saying, I'm coming for you, Cody. So then the main event, Bully Ray versus Galloway. And Bully Ray comes out with a Liverpool Football Club scarf on in Manchester, which is not a very wise thing to do, because they are bitter rivals. But then Jack the Jobber comes out, apparently with a note from the not anonymous general manager saying Kirby's banned Pacitti from ringside. So then Bully gets the microphone and calls the crowd bloody wankers. and wishes that he was back in God's country of Liverpool, and then said, "I want the match to be no DQ." So it does happen. One of the bits that happens early on is Bully using the Liverpool scarf to choke Galloway in the ropes. Does it a couple of times, actually, but eventually, this was the really bloody weird bit. So basically, Drew got a neck breaker for a near fall on Bully, then went for the clothesline, but clotheslined the referee in the corner because Bully pulled him in the way, sort of thing. Then B. Priestley comes out and Bully hits Galloway with the women's title. And then one thing that I do have to give credit to Dave Bradshaw for, why the hell is this happening even with a ref bump when the match is no DQ?
Exactly.
So Bully gets a table, but then out comes Scott Wainwright with a chain. So gives it to Bully, and Bully uses it. Immediately then, the crowd are chanting, "We want Gilbert." Because basically, that, you know, for me it'd be, "We want Nosferatu." Obviously, that's too many syllables really for a proper chant to work. But after they do some dueling clotheslines, oh look, here comes Nosferatu. And Galloway then manages from to hit a clothesline in the corner and get the win. So we had 3 run-ins to the end of that match, which the referee never saw, even though it was an ODQ match. So then the Swords and Bully beat the crap out of Galloway. Kirby and Hendry try and come out to make the save, and do so to some extent, but still Bully Ray's beating the hell out of Galloway. So much so that he choke slams him through the table. But then Ricochet comes out to try and even things up, and they trade shots. Ricochet super kicks him, gets up on the top rope, I guess going for the 450. But then Hoodie Man appears, jumps up onto the rope springboard style, and hits him with an Oz cutter, if you will. Because looky here, it's Will Ospreay, clearly thinking he's Dolph Ziggler because he's bleached his hair. So yeah, Ospreay showed up. And it made sense the way they did it, because Ospreay showed up to do one little angle when he'd only just got back off a flight from Japan, from the New Year Dash. Which Cody didn't do, of course, which is why their match wasn't that good. I don't know whether he was still suffering with the effects of the jet lag as well, which is why the match with Ricochet wasn't as good as it could have been. But overall, pretty solid show. Then we go into Loaded, which it's confusing because it's now, by the looks of it, it's now airing live for the first time on YouTube on Monday. them being rebroadcast on Wednesday night, at least Wednesday night American time at 8 Eastern, and then being shown again on Saturday. And I'm guessing when it's shown on Saturday, that's when the full archive gets posted up to YouTube. So it's sort of like on a week's delay of sorts.
Mm.
It's somewhat weird. But they recap Lights Out for people that didn't watch it. Well, basically, they only show the bit when Ospreay shows up. Then Nosferatu's mouthing off to somebody on the phone, but then Galloway shows up and holds him up against a vending machine. And then all the other swords show up. Drew takes him out, and then Ospreay shows up with the baton. Well, I don't know why they keep calling it a kosh. It's more like a cloche. But baton makes more sense. And smacks him. And then they're advertising that Galloway got injured because after being put through the table by Bully Ray. So the attack by the Swords of Essex was what?
Yeah, very strange.
So Ospreay's New Japan music hits with the stolen women's title and also the stolen WCPW title that he got off Galloway. And Ospreay introduces the swords again like he did like a month ago and whatever. And then says he was wrestling at the Tokyo Dome and that he's only there because he's being paid a lot of money to be there. And that Ospreay must be the champion because Galloway isn't there. And then says that the Swords of Essex, they weren't in the... why weren't they in the Adam Pacitti Tag Team Tournament? And then wants the crowd to stop ogling B. Priestley and stop calling Robinson and Scott Wainwright Gilbert and Scotty Essex. I don't. I call him Scott Wainwright and Nosferatu. And also, why the hell would you ogle B. Priestley? And again, that's probably the only thing that she's got good for her because she still is a little bit green in terms of wrestling and whatever. And the great thing is he wants the Swords to get a title shot. So Moss and Slater come out for some reason. And then Jack the Jobber's with him. And he's about to say something, but Johnny Moss cuts him off. And so then Jack says, by the way, tonight it's going to be Ospreay and B. Priestley versus Ricochet and Tessa Blanchard. Two couples, I think. I don't know whether B's actually going out of Ospreay.
Oh, yeah. That would explain why she's getting these bookings, honestly. It's probably no, it's probably a package deal, to be honest.
Shoot. The great thing is in my notes, it says, well, I guess it's as close we're going to get to that rematch. Oh, if only they knew.
Oh,
if only they knew.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Don't worry.
So we start off with Gabriel Kidd versus Zack Sabre Jr. Unsurprisingly, this is bloody good because it's Gabriel Kidd who's up and coming, and once again, he got a folding pin on him at 2.9. It was really that close. And then the finish was Kidd hit a moonsault, but in doing so, Zack managed to get the triangle choke on him, and Kidd immediately taps. It's like, man, this is making Gabriel Kidd look brilliant and Zack Sabre look like a god. It's very well done, and yeah, catch this match when it gets put up on the archive. It'll probably be part 2 if they split it up, because the opening segment will probably be one segment on its own or whatever. So now we're backstage with Hendry and Kirby, and Hendry's mad that he hasn't had his title match and that Kirby cost him the title. And Kirby says, look, if you get that title back, Joe, tonight, I'll give you the WCPW title shot when they go do the Edinburgh show in a few weeks. And then they have the promo for the new character, and it's BT Gunn. BT Gunn from, I think, ICW?
That's the name I've seen. I've seen him with ICW before.
Yeah, he's gonna he's in WCPW from next week apparently. So then we get Drake versus Joe Coffey, and of course, bloody Alex Shane says, you know, keep in mind, Joe got the pin in the first tag team match on ITV in 30 years, and it's like, stop sucking your own cock, Alex. Seriously. Because it's really getting to a point that I'm noticing most of the shit that WCPW is doing is from your promotion, which is NGW, which isn't sort of your promotion, because the promotion that you had or were involved with quite heavily was 1PW, and that died 10 years ago because of funding. Because you got too many stars in without having the actual money to back it up. Now all of a sudden, What Culture's there, it can actually happen. So who knows? Either way, the match itself was pretty solid. Nothing special though. Coffee winning with the black coffee. So then we got Kennedy with Prospect again. I guess this is supposed to be after their loss at Lights Out. And Kenny says, why the hell are you still talking about going to Orlando? You know, you haven't got the tag belts. You're not going. You know, you'll have to book your tickets yourself. Then they have the promo about Rey Mysterio coming to WCPW in April. That video is very well done, though, as they always seem to be the announcement videos from WCPW for the talents. Apart from BT Gunn, because that's sort of like a whole mystery thing of sorts. So then we got Swords of Essex versus Slater and Moss for the tag belts. This is a solid match, but the thing is, it just feels like Slater and Moss versus jobbers, but if they wouldn't be jobbers because Nosferatu is just being over aggressive, which is key thing to note. Nosferatu picks away at Liam Slater's nose and then eats it. So that's a thing. Biting his ear. Basically, he's just like a Yorkshire Terrier, bloody Nosferatu. If it wasn't for that, it'd just be a standard wrestling match. Hang on, does that mean that bloody Nosferatu is the Rick Steiner of the team?
Oh, wow.
Then again, Scott Steiner's a bit of a fucking nutcase as well, so I don't know. So now Prospect with Jack the Jobber, looking for Kennedy. Still trying to get on the trip to Orlando, and Jack says Kirby's offering him one last chance to go, but they got to win matches to get £100 on the Get Prospect to Orlando fund.
I like this side storyline.
Every loss means they have to pay Kirby £100. Thing is, I don't know how much flights are to Orlando, but I'm pretty sure that means they have to wrestle probably about 65 matches. Who knows? Then we get Marty Scroll with a nursery rhyme for Cody. I didn't make note of a nursery rhyme because I'd heard enough of fucking poetry after Raw.
Fair point.
So we start off with the match, and we finish off, with the match that Triple H would be pissed with because it's intergender. Ospreay and Priestley versus Ricochet and Blanchard. The really good bit is the 30-second GIF, which is B getting the gum out of her mouth and putting it in Tessa's mouth and putting it back in her mouth. Then fucking Ospreay kisses B so he gets the gum and then does the spot with putting it in Ricochet's mouth and then putting it in his mouth.
That's great.
And then giving it back and then kissing it back to B's mouth. Like, yeah. And then, of course, we had the obligatory flippy land on the mat and do the pose and whatever. That usual thing. But yeah, this match was as good as you'd expect, even though it had B Priestley in it. Sorry, B, but you're greener than everyone else in this match.
Yes.
So the key thing is Tess hits her finisher and is about to go for the pin, but Ospreay manages to give Tess a diving corkscrew kick. And then Ospreay grabs B, who's out from the finisher, drags B over Tess, 3 count, and the heels win. And really good stuff. Probably not as good as the Gabriel Kidd, Zack Sabre Jr. match, but still good. Ospreay then offers a handshake afterwards, and then flipped him the bird. And so then Ricochet gives him the Benadryller. Henry then comes out, gets the WCPW title. And that's where it ends. So I'm guessing that means the Edinburgh match is happening now.
Yeah, it's official.
And the only build up really to next week was obviously the debut of BT Gunn, but not that much else. Because they didn't really say, coming up next week, such and such. I guess the only thing could be Marty Scurll versus Cody. But we'll have to see. But overall, pretty solid. And then we get to the announcements from What Culture.
Good God.
Ah!
Start with the biggest one last, because it's something we need to discuss.
Which is the biggest one?
The one that involves a whole Twitter and website.
Okay. So, the biggest announcement of the week is main event for True Destiny.
Right.
Because fuck Alberto and Kurt. Because WCPW is putting on Will Ospreay Part 3, I think.
Yep.
And that's all I care about. Who cares about anything else? So this is confusing. So WCPW are doing the Pro Wrestling World 17, which is 64 people across 10 nights. The one thing to note from this is apparently tournaments to qualify 2 wrestlers will be held in 7 countries. This little bit's from Lucha Blog.
Right.
Tournaments to qualify 2 wrestlers will be held in 7 countries, include. There's no indication of when it will happen or who will be involved, but the press release said each country's tournament will be held in that country. So I guess that means WCPW is going to Mexico?
Man, they're going everywhere, apparently.
Are they going to... I'm wondering whether they're doing it in April.
They kind of have to. This is the funny thing.
Probably going to Canada.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they'll do one show in Canada, one in America, separate from the rest, the WrestleMania weekend show.
Perhaps.
One in Mexico. I don't think they go to South America. I'd have thought. I'm guessing they probably have one in the UK. Probably one somewhere in mainland Europe. Probably Australia or New Zealandish.
Okay, so here's what it says. This is off the website, which is ProWrestlingWorldCup.com. It's going to start over 10 separate dates beginning March 21st. Competitors from 6 continents and 8 preliminary tournaments in several different countries. The tournament consists of competitors from Canada, England, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Scotland, USA, and then another tournament held for competitors from the rest of the world, with 8 further countries represented. 2 winners from each tournament, and then a 2-night 16-man final will be held in the UK in the summer. The first preliminary event to take place on March 21st will be the regional tournament for England in Nottingham. And the All Pro Wrestling World Cup tournament matches will be broadcast for free on the WCPW YouTube channel, with the finale, the 2-night finale, being broadcast live. More information to be available in the next couple weeks. And tickets will be on sale soon at wc.pw/world-cup. They're going to be priced from £15.
15 ducats.
So, in essence, Ashley, when I was a kid, and obviously a lot of people played with wrestling figures. I don't know if you did, but I did a lot. And I would envision this magical Final Four tournament where 64 wrestlers would do battle, and WCPW are the first company to do this.
I guess.
I am very curious to see who all gets to be a part of this. Very curious. Somebody got it.
Would it be Kenny?
Oh my God. It's very possible. It is very possible.
We'll have to see.
So yeah, there's a lot coming with What Culture Pro Wrestling right now, and that's a really big thing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it was announced the Edinburgh, Scotland show. Another match that just got announced earlier today. The Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Championship will be up for grabs. Adam Cole defending against El Ligero and Jay Lethal.
Oh, we're bringing that back. Yay.
Ligero finally gets his shot.
Ligero gets his shot. Whee.
Yep. And I think I saw something about Ligero working with Jay Lethal on one of the other shows leading up to it.
Probably.
In a singles match. So Ligero's finally getting his shot at the Ring of Honor World title. Of course, we have Galloway and Hendry as well. And so much great things coming with WCPW.
Let me quickly grab my dinner while you do a transition. Is anybody saying anything in the chat, or are they just listening intently?
Well, I will say Jeremy Mills was very much into the WCPW Loaded show today. He was talking about, he said it was a great show. He was talking about amazing matches. That's what Jeremy, it's what he wasn't there on time tonight because he was watching the WCPW show. Interesting thing about WCPW is it has a chance to be the talk of the professional wrestling world, but a lot of people don't want to acknowledge them. Everybody from the UK tournament over the past weekend, which had no mention of What Culture, including there being a very obvious Righteous Kill Joseph Connor shirt on the hard cam right in the front row all night long. Plus, a lot of people not wanting to acknowledge the existence of the company. They need to realize that WCPW right now, Ashley, is basically what Juggalo Championship Wrestling ended up being.
I won't go that far.
No. Say what you want about JCW, but they booked a lot of really stellar matches and a lot of maybe old school dream matches, but like old matches that you probably wouldn't expect from another show.
Yeah, but the thing is with WCPW, they delivered.
JCW can deliver too, it's just not on the same level.
No, they booked Snooker.
Oh, yeah, don't remind me.
Don't remind me of that.
So did we back in the day.
Which was fucking terrible.
Oh, there's so many of them. So many awesome shows to watch. You want to see people shooting on people? Watch those shows.
For that one, the awesome show was in inverted commas the size of the Empire State Building.
So
that one was terrible.
Speaking of WCPW, this is the last bit of information. This probably should have been talked about earlier, but I just found it now. So because of the UK Championship Tournament, the WWE put out some surveys, some fan feedback. And they were asking about what their favorite matches were, performers from the tournament, and ticket prices when they do future events in the UK. An interesting thing they listed of this was something we talked about on Monday, and that's the fact that ICW is going to be starting with WWE Network very soon. And the survey asked about the live events from the UK, who they'd like, what they would like to see on the network, and they had listed several promotions. So the promotions they asked about were Progress Wrestling, What Culture Pro Wrestling.
Makes sense. That's somewhat a surprise.
IPW UK.
Sort of makes sense.
PCW.
Preston City Wrestling, yeah.
No. PC. Apparently, there's another PCW because Preston City Wrestling's listed too.
Oh, I'm trying to remember. Oh, there is something. Can't remember who it is exactly.
All Star Wrestling UK, Next Generation Wrestling, Rev Pro, Future Shock, Preston City, ICW, and TNA Impact.
Hang on. It's TNA?
TNA, yep.
Is it over that quickly?
Oh, boy, only the owl knows for sure.
Fight Club?
They mentioned ICW, and that was it.
No Fight Club Pro.
No. Which may mean that you're right, that the ICW stuff they're going to air on the network is the Fight Club stuff.
Yeah, but hang on. I'm talking about Fight Club Pro, the promotion from Wolverhampton.
No, it is not.
I'm not talking about Fight Club, which is the name of the show that ICW does.
Yeah, no, that Fight Club Pro is not one of the lists on the list.
I guess it makes sense because it's not really a. If they have a wrestling show on their thing, which has bloody like steel mesh fencing around the ring to keep the fans away because they can't afford guardrails, it looks a bit shitty.
Fair point.
But that's where the current UK champ got his start.
We'll get to that. So we move on now to NXT.
I'll let you cover that one.
It was a decent show tonight. So the show started off with Nikki Cross against Kennedy Brink. Which is interesting because obviously she didn't go by Kennedy Brink. I'm sure you're not surprised at that. She went under the name of Kennedy Lewis, which may or may not be her shoot name, which wouldn't surprise me if it was. Let me check to make sure at this point. I think it might be. That's usually what they do is they go with their shoot names. Yeah, of course I can't find that information. That's good. Thanks, guys. Good job. So it's a short match, very quick. It's over in under 2 minutes. Nikki gets a straight squash, and she wins with the Golden Gate spin. Long day. So, yep. Which is good because that's her finisher in the Indies, right?
I think so.
Yeah, Golden Gate spin looked great, and it was very well done too. No Way Jose comes out. He says he's going to have some fun in 2017. Here comes Kona Reeves, and he's mad at Jose. He thought they were friends, but he's like, you know what? We can get in the ring. We can either have some fun or we can go fight. So, yay. Sure. The Revival say 2016 was their year. They're the best tag team in the world. 2017 will also be their year. TM61 arrives and says they need to fight to get to the top. And they need to earn a title shot, but the Revival's like, you know what? We're the greatest. They call TM61 bottom feeders, and they say we're going to cripple you. We get Steve Cutler versus Roderick Strong. Cutler hits a hot shot early on, and Roddy comes back, and he hits a gourd buster. And he also hits a backdrop suplex into a face buster and finishes him with a sick kick. He says he doesn't care about Cien Almas and he wants the NXT Championship. So, Roderick Strong and Shinsuke Nakamura, yes, please make this happen. Ember Moon is shown in the back. She says when the battlefield clears, she's going to be going for the Women's Championship. Liv Morgan shows up. She's like, there's plenty of competition in the women's division, and they should have a scrap. And Ember basically says, you better give it your all. Pretty much says, once you've been eclipsed, I'm going to be going after the NXT Women's Championship. Ty Dillinger comes out. He basically says, I can only let people down so many times. I don't know if I have it anymore or if I even belong. Everybody believed in me, even William Regal did, but I failed in the Fatal 4-Way. Here comes Sanity. Eric Young says, Ty never had it. But he could if he had some guidance to make the right choices and have the right friends. So they offered him the Sanity cut, of course. Dillinger picks it up, throws it down. Eric says, you know what, the right decision may feel wrong, and it could even be unclear. I've been there before. I thought 2016 would be my year, but now I have to do things my own way, the Sanity way. You can join me and do it our way as well. You have the choice to make it perfect. He says, I'm not asking you. Basically saying he's telling him. He hands him the cut one more time. He drops it. throws the 10. They start brawling. Ty fights him off, and he goes for the tiebreaker. Damo comes to the ring, hits a spear, and Damo hits the Ulster plantation and leaves Ty laying. Grabs the cut, throws it over his shoulder, and officially joins Sanity. I like this.
Killian Dane.
Not officially announced as Killian Dane yet, so who knows? They did call him Damo, so they'll probably reveal that the next time. After watching, I said this on Monday, actually, I'd like to see, I know this is obviously the contracts may prohibit this, but if they could get rid of Alexander Wolf, like they did with Sawyer Fulton, I even know that was an injury thing, I think another member of Sanity that would fit perfectly is Joseph Connors.
I don't know, Pete might be better.
Oh well, yeah, but I don't want him in a stable. He doesn't need to be.
Because then Eric can keep calling him Petey.
Oh, that's a good point. That's even funnier, especially if you're a TNA fan.
No.
Now, it's announced a takeover that Dillinger is going to face off against Eric Young. So yes, please. We get the Revival in TM61. A really short match. Obviously, we know that Shane Thorne got hurt and got hurt early. So they took him out with the Shatter Machine. And Nick Miller came out and he got a lot of shine in the match. And he ended up getting a roll-up for the victory. So they beat down TM61 after it, and they pretty much injured Shane Thorne to get him off television, which makes sense.
Which means Revival now have nothing to do.
Which Revival have nothing to do, exactly. Yeah, they do. Go to Smackdown. Ember Moon and Liv Morgan is going to be next week because NXT hates me. We get a contract signing with Bobby Roode and Shinsuke Nakamura. Regal comes out. Roode cuts off Regal. He says, no drama, no physicality. I know you see money in this match. It's the biggest money match in NXT history. I never really thought that you were worth my time, though. See, I was there live, front row, to watch your debut last year. You made a name for yourself, being Finn Balor and Samoa Joe. But Nakamura, you say you're the king of strong style. Truth is, you have no style. You have half a haircut, look like Michael Jackson doing a weird dance. Me and William Regal, we have style. I said, Nakamura's like, you know what? I like you. You look like a Shiba Inu, which apparently is a Japanese dog. Proud champ for that because
like a Doge. Well, you know the Doge meme.
Yes.
So that's Shiba.
That's the Doge. Okay, fair point. Crowd, of course, chant because Full Sail. Roode says they're not
Shiba.
Yeah, seriously, it was. They're not in the land of zero talent. Bobby calls him a joke. The times are changing. People want to be more like him. The final change will happen at TakeOver when he silences Nakamura's fans and wins the title. Roode says when he wins, it will finally be, and before he can say glorious, Nakamura cuts him off and says, you look great. You're one of the best, but you're not going to take my championship. I'm going to kick your head off at TakeOver, and it will be, and he throws his arms out, and everybody yells glorious as we end the show. Great stuff. Really great stuff. I like this a lot. It hyped me up for their TakeOver match, which I keep forgetting, even though next week is obviously a big week for us here on the network with a lot of movie content, given the fact the Oscar nominations are coming out on Tuesday. But we got NXT TakeOver next Saturday night, and then we have the Royal Rumble on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's totally crazy. But yeah, that's NXT this week. Like I said, it was a decent show. I enjoyed this. Triple H has went to Twitter of course, and he's put up the year-end awards. You can vote for Takeover of the Year in Dallas, beginning Brooklyn or Toronto. Tag Team of the Year, American Alpha, TM61, The Authors of Pain, The Revival, or DIY. The Breakout Stars of the Year, No Way Jose, Ember Moon, Andrade Cien Almas, Peyton Royce, and Billie Kay, Insanity. Female Competitor of the Year, Bayley, Nia Jax, or Asuka. Okay. Male Competitor of the Year, Finn Balor, Samoa Joe, Shinsuke Nakamura, Bobby Roode. Or the Superstar of the Year, Bayley, Nia, Asuka, Balor, Nakamura, Joe, or Roode. Match of the Year. A lot of various matches here. Finn and Nakamura from July 13th. Television. Asuka and Mickie James from TakeOver Toronto. Alpha and the Revival from TakeOver The End, the tag title match. Zayn and Nakamura from TakeOver Dallas. Bayley and Asuka from TakeOver Dallas. Zayn and Joe, number one contenders 2 out of 3 falls match from February 17th. Balor and Joe in the Steel Cage, The End. DIY and the Revival, 2 out of 3 falls at Toronto. Bayley and Nia, television taping July 20th. Dillinger and Rude at TakeOver Toronto. Neville and Balor, TV on March 2nd. Nakamura and Joe at TakeOver Toronto. And Alpha and the Revival, 2 out of 3 falls on TV on July 6th. You can vote for your favorite on Twitter.
I've just realised why we haven't got Dave's news yet.
How's that?
I don't know if it's this week or next week, but you know what happens towards the end of January?
No.
The awards.
Oh, yes. Which we'll cover here, too.
The, best match, worst match, worst publicity, manager, promoter, fighter, promotion, best and worst show, all that sort of stuff.
Hey, which means you might finish under 5 hours.
There'll be a special award for the robots.
So we get our final bit of, actually not our final bit. We're gonna move on to Ring of Honor now.
Yep. So find where the notes are. Oh, I said it in that accent.
I think this is Nigel's last night on commentary too.
No, there is another one.
The next taping, the next night of tapings. That's right. Okay.
I think, yeah. So we start off with 6-man with King, Coleman, and Titus versus White, Rush, and Dijak. So the spoilers, Motor City Machine Guns have like 15 people in now, to nearly as bad as the NWO / Bullet Club. Pretty solid 6-man. The face is getting the win. Basically, Kenny King gets kicked to the floor by Dijak. Then Caprice gets a Uranagi from Jay White. Leo Rush makes the tag, and Rush hits a frog splash of Dijak's shoulder. And then Dijak does a moonsault. And then Rush gets the 3 count. I don't know why he died. I don't know what. So Rush did like the finisher. Then Dijak did a finisher. So Rush then pinned him. Bit of a weird odd order or whatever. But then after the streamers get thrown in the ring after the victory, King and Titus then take out the faces. Titus hits a drop kick to I think they take out Dijak and Rush, and they single out Rush, I think. So yeah, Titus hits him with a drop kick. King hits him with a Royal Flush. Then Caprice goes for the power bomb, but lets him go because Sabin comes to the ring, and they scurry Scurry off. Speaking of scurry, video package from Marty Scarlett. It sounds the same, you see.
You're trying.
So then they recap Cody's win over Jay Lethal at Final Battle and the confrontation with Steve. So Cody gets the mic and says, look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. At Final Battle, you were under the impression that you were thinking that you were going to judge me. Nobody judges me. I'm here to judge each and every one of you. Walking out in that ballroom, there was just this foul, putrid, obnoxious smell, and it was under my nose. I don't know what it was, but I figured it out right now. It was mediocrity. Ring of Honor, my ass. It's more like Ring of Mediocrity.
You
and
brought
Cody
up,
says to go ahead. What?
You brought up Shane Douglas earlier. That's a very Shane Douglas-esque promo.
Cody tells Kevin to tell everyone he wrestled in Japan, so they'll cheer. For him being here, this is contractually obligated. And then apparently some fan says, where's Brandy? And Cody goes, security, can you remove that person? And if you want to see Brandy, you don't deserve to see her. And it must be so good to have a star who hasn't faded in this arena. And then the lights go out. And fucking Carino's out in his ring gear. Accompanied by Fada. I guess he's back with the family. Because with him is Sullivan, Martinez, and Whitmer. And Cody, Steve's trying to say anything, and Cody keeps cutting him off and says, man, you're taller than I thought you'd be. King of old school? Where the hell's your crown? By the way, do you remember what you said to Dusty back in 99? You said you had no respect for him and never did, and you told him to look in your eyes. Isn't it apropos I get to say that I have no respect for you? I never did, and to look into my eyes. He says, Cody, I love Dusty was my hero. The American dream paid Carino to be in this ring at this moment. My father once said, gang guns, and one of them needs to be sacrificed. I'm going to give you, Cody, a choice. It's either you or your brother. And then Cody slaps Steve, and Steve then hits an elbow on Cody, and we're getting into the match. The match. I cannot say it enough. The match.
The match I predicted at Final Battle.
Hits the package pile driver and everything towards the end. It's somewhat of a short match, but it did what it had to do with the storyline.
Right.
Because Carino's like, what the hell do I do? I don't want to take him out. And gets the box with the golden spike. And the referee stops Carino. And the referee discards a spike, which allows Cody to kick Carino in the balls, hit the beautiful disaster, and then, of course, an elbow drop to get the 3 count. And afterwards, Lethal comes to the ring, punches and chops Cody, and Cody goes to the floor and headfirst the crowd to escape. They don't show Carino at all. Leaving. Yeah, there was no sort of thank you, departure thing or whatever. So then we got Jay Lethal in the ring and says, "It's got to burn you up inside that you didn't come, but I didn't come to your doorstep, Cody, or your home turf to show you that I've got it. You came to here. You came to Ring of Honor because you know Ring of Honor's got the best wrestlers in the world. This is where you see where you measure up in the business. You can test yourself, and it's a test you failed. You took the easy road out at Final Battle and prove that you're smoke and mirrors and that you don't belong here. But first, he's taking on Jushin Thunder Liger in the final first round match of the tournament, which was unsurprisingly very solid. Lethal avoids the brain buster, but a couple of super kicks and the lethal injection gets him the win. Good match, which means we get the Lethal Briscoe rematch down the line. I don't know if it's next week or the week after. Either way, that's your show for the week.
It's the week after, because next week is Marty Scurll, Dragon Lee versus Kushida versus Ospreay, and Daniels and Sabin and for the semifinals.
Oh.
Well, based on that, I have this to say. Ring of Honor taped 4 weeks of television at the Center Stage Theater in Atlanta, Georgia over the weekend.
Yep.
And I have these results. I'm very happy to see that the ball is put in motion for my prediction, another Ring of Honor prediction to come true. So they start off the show with the Tempura Boys defeating Coast to Coast and Cheeseburger and Will Ferrara in a triple threat tag match.
Well, sort of. There was a Future of Honor match as a pre-show.
Yes, I didn't get that result.
John Skyler winning over Gladiator Jeremiah. Is he related to Crane? Matt Sells and Big Brother King. Wait, BB King?
Oh boy, someone's bet on purpose. The tag match you talked about, the Bucks were scouting talent during the match, and they made their selection. They will face the Tempura Boys for the tag belts later on. Marty Scurll retained the TV title over Juice Robinson, and then he issued an open challenge. He said he's not getting any competition. He says, "I'm undefeated and undisputed. Here comes the Motor City Machine Guns," which apparently, for the sake of argument, are Sabin Shelley, White Rush, Dijak, and Jonathan Gresham.
Yeah.
Basically, they all take issue with that statement. Sabin announced they'll be facing off with each other to determine who's going to get the title shot. Decade of Excellence tournament. Jay Briscoe. You say that again.
Apparently.
Jay Briscoe over.
Oh, sorry, it was because it was yawning.
Jay Briscoe over Jay Lethal to advance to the finals of the Decade of Excellence tournament. Lethal injection misses. Briscoe wins with a lariat. Gets up in Adam Cole's face after the match. That was episode 1. Episode 2 starts with War Machine against Punisher, Martinez, and BJ Whitmer in a double countout. They all brawl to the back. The Kingdom defeated the Bruiserweights and Joseph Agau. I don't know why I said Jonathan. The Young Bucks defeated the Tempura Boys to retain the tag belts. Adam Page was at ringside. He attacked the Tempura Boys after the match was over. And the final match of the second episode, Donovan Dijak over Jonathan Gresham, Alex Shelley, Chris Sabin, Leo Rush, and Jay White in a 6-way to win the shot at Marty Scurll on the TV belt. Face off after the match was over, and that's how we end. Episode 3 starts off with the Women of Honor match with Kelly Klein and Kennedy Brink defeating Faye Jackson and Sumi Sakai. And apparently Klein and Brink were kind of jaw-jacking afterwards, so there's trouble in paradise. Adam Page defeated Matt Sells in a squash. The Bucks come out afterwards, super kick on cells, and they bring out Cody Rhodes and Adam Cole. Cody buries Atlanta. He basically craps on the fans. He says they chant, "We still love you." He trashes Jay Lethal, says he's a doorman and not a gatekeeper. Lethal hits the ring, gets beat down by the Bullet Club. Bobby Fish and the Guns make the save. And that leads to the main event of the third episode, Fish and Lethal over Cole and Rhodes, with Bobby tapping out Cole with a knee bar, building that heat there. The final episode, Mark Briscoe defeated Sal Rinauro, Shane Taylor, and Keith Sal Rinauro. So the Pretty Boy Killers come out after the match. Jay makes the save. So we get a brawl between Lee and Taylor and the Briscoes. Yes, please.
No.
The Rebellion defeated Dalton Castle and the Boys in a six-man. Silas Young over Bull James. Colt Cabana defeating the Boys in a handicap match with Dalton Castle on commentary. And the main event, the finals, the Decade of Excellence tournament, the Fallen Angel Christopher Daniels defeated Jay Briscoe with Angel's Wings off the top rope. So, according to people that were in attendance at Center Stage Theater, one of the best matches some people have seen, with one of the best wrestlers in TNA and Ring of Honor history never to win a world championship. He stares down Adam Cole. The crowd chant "Next World Champ," and that's how we end our TV taping. So yes,
Ring of Honor news though.
Lots of Ring of Honor news, actually.
First couple relating to Supercard of Honor.
Don't remind me about that, please.
2 first-time appearances on the card. Yoshihashi.
Yep.
I think that's his first excursion outside of Japan, at least to the American area.
Right.
He'll be on the card, as will Volador Jr. So it won't just be Dragon Lee having all the fun from CMWL.
Dalton Castle will get a shot at Adam Cole in the Ring of Honor World Heavyweight title at Supercard of Honor as well.
If he's still champion.
Provided he's still champion. Jushin Thunder Liger, Dragon Lee, also will be at Supercard of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I will not, because I will be at NXT. It makes me so sad.
And then the match you were so hyped for just 2 minutes ago.
Yes.
That I laughed at. There's a reason why I laughed.
Yeah, it's because Keith Lee signed a contract with Evolve.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And the thing, if you look into it, this is making Ring of Honor look fucking Bush League. Evolve's offer was exactly the same money as Ring of Honor.
Really?
Only in Evolve's contract, Keith Lee can wrestle whoever the fuck he wants to wrestle for, unless it clashes with an Evolve show. If he signed with Ring of Honor, he'd have to sign an exclusivity deal, which means Ring of Honor would decide which matches he could or couldn't do.
Wow.
And apparently, Ring of Honor didn't seem bothered by this, which I think partially is why we've had the mass exodus. So I don't know how much of a good sign it is for next year.
Let's talk about ROH, some of their shows coming up soon. San Antonio, Undisputed Legacy on February 3rd at the Austin Highway Event Center. And the main event, the Bullet Club against the Motor City Machine Guns, which would be Adam Cole, Hangman Page, and the Young Bucks against Sabin, Shelley, White, and Rush. Cody versus Dijak, Dalton Castle, Jay Lethal, and Bobby Fish, top contenders 3-way. the Briscoes versus the Pretty Boy Killers, and the Addiction against the Tempura Boys. Plus, the Kingdom have just been announced to defend the six-man tag belts against War Machine and Jack Stane.
That means the Bucks are going to have to be on a plane straight after then, aren't they?
Well, no.
They're wrestling on the 5th in Japan.
They're wrestling on the 4th as well, because Honor Reigns Supreme in Dallas at Gillies will be 2 out of 3 falls. The first pinfall. The second is a lucha tag, and the third is no DQ with the Young Bucks against the Briscoes. Cody and Adam Cole against the Addiction. Hangman Page versus Jay Lethal. Dalton Castle versus Donovan Dijak. Bobby Fish versus Leo Rush, and the Kingdom defending the six-man tag belt against the Guns and Jay White. Steel City Excellence is going to be February 11th in Pittsburgh. So more information on that, obviously, visit Twitter and the ROH website. And the Experience in Columbus, Ohio. There's some really good stuff coming from ROH when it comes to their live events, honestly. Some good matches have been signed recently. Then, of course, we've got Manhattan, back to Manhattan again. And I believe that is on March 4th. And that's right before the 15th anniversary show in Las Vegas on March 10th of all days. And then their anniversary taping and back in Vegas on the 11th, and Supercard of Honor in Lakeland. My mom's birthday, April 1st. So some great matches signed on these cards. So if you get a chance to check out ROH Wrestling on Twitter, on Facebook, and on the website, the Bullet Club against Lethal Fish and the Briscoes at Steel City Excellence. That's officially announced now. And there is some other matches as well that I want to get to. Cody against Dalton Castle in Columbus, Ohio at the Experience. Donovan Dijak versus Marty Scurll at Steel City Excellence in Pittsburgh. And see if there's any more that we have, and then I can I think we're done. Yeah. The Tempura Boys versus the Addiction in San Antonio. And, of course, more to be announced in the weeks to come. So, yeah, a lot of good stuff coming from Ring of Honor. I just hope this isn't just the calm before the storm. And it sounds like it could be. This leads us to our final bit of actual stuff before we go into our news, and that is New Japan Pro Wrestling.
So they're currently having the CMLL Fantastica Mania shows.
Right.
But this weekend is this weekend I would classify the big ones because it's the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday shows at Korakuen Hall. They're taking over Korakuen Hall. They are unstoppable. Except they're probably not. So I won't go through all the matches on each of the cards. There is so Friday there is a Black Cat Memorial match, which is a 5-man, which will be Atlantis, Tanahashi, Kushida, Taguchi, and Dave Finlay versus Rush, Naito, Sanada, Evil, and Bushi. So basically, New Japan versus LIJ. There's also a one-on-one match with Titan versus Hiromu Takahashi. And the main event sees Dragon Lee defending the lightweight title against Barbaro Cavernario. Also worth noting that Will Ospreay's in the dark match, or not in the curtain jerker, sorry, teaming up with Hefesto to take on Hanare and Blue Panther Jr. But Ospreay's, wow, I feel sorry for him now. Then on the Saturday Korakuen Hall show, Atlantis one-on-one with Rush. Should be a good one. Mystico and Volador Jr. face Euphoria and Ultimo Guerrero. The main event is Maximo Sexy defending the World Heavyweight title against Hekisero. I think that's how you pronounce it. And then on the Sunday show, we've got trying to see. Takahashi is teaming up with Bushi to take on Dragon Lee and Titan, which will be the last time they face each other of sorts, at least, before the New Beginning shows where they're fighting. Mystico versus Euphoria and Volador Jr. versus Ultimo Guerrero. That itself, that match could be really good. Which is probably why it's headlining the final of the card series. So, yeah. I guess while we're on the topic of international stuff, shall I run over the AAA card happening this Friday?
Well, before we do that, we do have a big piece of New Japan news.
Do we?
And that is the fact that we now have a new English commentary partner for Kevin Kelly.
Oh, yeah, New Japan World obviously can't have Carino anymore because, Orlando. So...
Still has to get somebody from the ECW network, though.
Yeah, I know.
Don Callis. Cyrus the Virus. The Jackal. Whatever you want to call Don Callis. Very happy to hear that he's going to be working with Kevin Kelly. I'm really curious to see exactly how that commentary team works out.
Somebody needs to get the bit with the Guerrillas of Destiny saying fuck all the time and get that clip from the old ECW of Cyrus going, there'll be fines and suspensions.
Oh my God. So a couple bits about the shows coming up. For the New Beginning in Sapporo on February 5th, Okada will defend the IWGP Heavyweight Championship against Minoru Suzuki, and Hiroki Goto defending the Never Openweight title against Juice Robinson. The New Beginning on February 11th in Osaka, we'll see Tetsuya Naito defend the IWGP Intercontinental title against Michael Elgin, and Katsuyori Shibata against Will Ospreay.
Amongst other matches.
Amongst other things, yes.
There's I think 4 title matches on each of the ones. We'll go, obviously I went through them a lot last week, and we'll probably mention them again. Certainly the Sapporo show will be talked about, I think. No, it'll be in a fortnight, wouldn't it?
I believe so.
Be the week after the Rumble, because that would be when it had happened.
So we're in our news segment of the show now. I'm sure you want to talk about Progress Wrestling Chapter 42.
I will, but I want to while we're talking about things that are happening, I'm doing this out of order, but this weekend is also AAA's Guerra de Titanes, or War of the Titans. I think it might be Guerra, but I'm being stupid. So I only want to bring this up because there's some good matches here and just some great names. So the opener's got Bengala, Big Mami, Dynastia, and Pimpinella Escalata taking on Lady Shani, Mamba, Mini Psycho Clown, and Dave the Clown.
Dave the Clown.
Dave the Clown.
Is that Frank the Clown's like cousin or something?
We've got the rematch from, I think it was Triple Mania or one of the other shows, with Fabi and Mario Apache versus Averno and Chessman. El Hail de Fantasma takes on Hector Garza Jr. for the AAA Cruiserweight title. I think Hail de Fantasma has that belt. It's a 5th defense, apparently, but the 4th on TV, so I don't know what's going on there. Aerostar, Superfly, Argenis, Australian Suicide, Angelico, and Carter Brava Jr. are going to be in a cage match. The final 2 left, they'll still have a match and somebody will win and somebody will lose, but those final 2 will be in a hair or mask on the line match at Rey de Reyes in a few months. Pentagon Jr. tries to go after Johnny Mundo's AAA Latin American title. Try and get it back this time after the failing on the first attempt. And then the main event is La Parca teaming with Psycho Clown and Tecano Jr. Taking on Dr. Wagner Jr., El Macias, and Pagano. So basically, it's La Parca, Psycho Clown, and Tejano versus Dr. Wagner Jr., Pagano, and Mil Muertes. If we are fabing of the key variety, if you will. Then I'll go through the rest of the upcoming events in a bit. So, first up on my list, I thought this was happening this weekend, but it turned out it actually happened earlier today, so we missed it. So we didn't cover it properly. Today was the first Dragon Gate Japan Kurikan Hall show of the year, which was an interesting one because it had a 6-man tag match. Or a 6-man tag tournament, I should say. Which is a bit confusing because the first round matches were contested under 2-count rules. So it was 1, 2, you win. No 3 count, it's only 2 count. That was a bit weird. So, in the first round, we had Tribe Vanguard of Yamato, BB Hulk, and KZ beat Don Fuji, Hayu Watanabe, and Yuki Yoshioka. They decided to call their team Abusive Father and His Sons. Oh, fuck. Then we had Masato Yoshino, Ben K, and Kotoka, which called themselves Team Speedstar, beating Aita, Takira Yamamura, and Punch Tominaga, which was oh, that's interesting. Kaito Ishida must have changed his name then, possibly. That was Team Over Generation. Then the Jimmies of Jimmy Susumu, Ryo Jimmy Saito, and Jimmy Kanda beat Brother Yashi Cyber Kong and Monday Ryu, which is Team Salty Dog, aka the Berserk B team, apparently. Then the final one saw Shingo Takagi, T-Hawk, and El Lindemann of Berserk A team beating Naruki Doi, Masaki Mochizuki, and Big R of Team Nashi. Then in the semi-final, so we're back to 3 counts. It was Yoshino, Benkei, and Takoka of Team Speedstar beating Yamato, BB Hulk, and KZ. And then the other one had Shingo Takagi, T-Hawk, and El Lindemann beating the Jimmies. Wait, are they listed? Yeah, Berserk A, sorry. Then we had the random match, which was Genki Horiguchi, H.A. Jimmy Kagetora, and Yosuke Santa Maria, and Shakihoko Boy, beating Chima Dragon Kid, Gamma, and Hollywood Stalker Ishikawa in 13 seconds with a pin. because it went so quick, they had a rematch. And this one was the same result, except it was Yosuke Santa Maria getting the pinfall on Ishikawa. So Ishikawa losing both times. This time it was a schoolgirl with the referee went 1, 2, 3. That was like stupidly fast. And then the 6-man tag tournament finals were won by Berserk. Takagi, T-Hawk, and El Lindemann beat Yoshino, Kotoka, and Benkei. So I'm guessing that means Berserk are probably in with a shout of going for the Triangle Gate titles somewhere down the line. Preston City Wrestling ran 2 shows over the street from the ballroom where the UK tournament for WWE happened. The results were, on the Saturday, we had the UK Hooligans of Roy and Zack Knight beat Jimmy J and Seymour Games. Rio beat Jenny B. Pretty sure that's Rio O'Reilly. Dave Birch and Jack Barron beat Philip Michaels and James Finn. Ashton Smith, the Cruiserweight champ, beat Lionheart. I don't know whether that was for the title or not. Char Samuels beat Alex Bolin. And Bubblegum beat Kenny Williams in the main event. Then on the 15th, we had Kenny Williams beat Chris Ridgway. So Kenny Williams curtain jerked on both shows in some shape or form. Bubblegum beat Lionheart. Philip Michaels beat Dave Birch. Jack Barron got the win over Seymour Gaines. Rocky Future beat James Finn. Jimmy J beat Big T Justice. Then in the Ashton Smith, the Cruiserweight champ, beat Martin Kirby, who's one of the tag champs. I'm guessing that was non-title probably. And then there was a 4-way featuring the winners of the matches earlier on in the night. At least Philip Michaels, Jack Barron, Rocky Future, and Jimmy J matches. And it was Philip Michaels that won that 4-way. That was Preston City Wrestling. Progress. It's an interesting one because before it started, Finn Balor showed up and said he couldn't wrestle but still wanted to compete. So proposed a game of musical chairs, which he lost. Some fan won it. I guess from that he was immediately straight in a car to get up to Blackpool in time. There's spoilers. Birmingham and Blackpool are not next to each other, Michael Cole. You know, like how Newcastle's just up the road, about 4 or 5 hours from London, ever so slightly. So it started off with Ring Camp of Axel Dieter Jr. and Walter beating the London Riots. Jack Sexsmith beat Sebastian. Sebastian apparently got really bad heat from the fans. I think because he called somebody a nonce or something. So somebody took offense to it or something. Also, it's worth noting that Jack Sexsmith's one of his finishers is applying Mr. Cocker. I don't know if you want to know what that is, Owen.
Probably not. I think I know what it is, but
Basically,
I'm not saying it out loud.
Imagine a mandible claw, except rather than using a sock, you use a condom.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was.
So that was a submission win. Then afterwards, Sebastian slapped Pastor William Eva about. Eva thought about fighting back, but chose to stay with Sebastian. Then Jimmy Havoc came out to address his enemies, which was the absent British strong style, which was obviously Dunn, Seven, and Bate, who were in the WWE tournament. Paul Robinson, who was already in a match and trying to hide from him, and Will Ospreay, who was in Japan. And Havoc and said he saw someone backstage in their gear who he'd never wrestled before and issued a challenge. And out walked Tommy End. So I guess he was in a car to Blackpool as well. Jimmy Havoc won it, but yeah, I guess that's the last match of Tommy End before he's in the E for good, possibly. Alex Windsor beat Livy Grace in the first round of the Natural Progression Series to progress into the next round with a Windsor knot submission. Then the South Pacific Power Trip beat the Origin Banter Edition. So that's TK Cooper and Travis Banks beating Dave Mastiff and Leo Ligero. It's available to watch book page. They aired it live as a special livey thing. Basically, Mastiff had the match won, but got on the apron to distract referee, which allowed Banks and Cooper for the win. Then, in his hometown, Spud beat Paul Robinson via DQ because he was back to being the rock star for one night only, I guess. So Robinson low-blowed Spud right in front of the referee, so causing the DQ, and continued to attack Spud until Jimmy Havoc came out to make the save. And Spud then said, "I'll come back to Progress." I think their next show, at least in Birmingham, is like in July. But they are coming back. And then the open challenge from Rampage Brown was answered by Matt Riddle. And Matt Riddle won. So we have a new Atlas champion. That's the first time we can say that. Because up until then, Rampage was the only Atlas champion ever. But now you can put on the list number 2, Matt Riddle, 15th of January 2017. I guess. PWX's Road to Rise of a Champion from Sunday. The pre-show had Ken Lee, Tyler Gaines, and Jimmy Lloyd beating Mike Jordan, Joshua Cutshall, and Malachi Matthews. Done on the main card. Darius Lockhart beat Tracer X and Ace Austin in a triple threat. The Ugly Ducklings beat Scarlett and Graves to retain the PWX tag belts. Anthony Henry beat Jason Cade. James Drake defeated Timothy Lou Retton to retain the PWX Innovative TV Championship. Then Drake was sent. Afterwards, Drake was attacked by Elijah Evans IV, Tommy Thomas, and their group, as well as Timmy Lou. So I guess he's part of that group now. David Starr beat Leo Rush and Sami Callihan in a triple threat to retain the Shotgun title. The Bruiserweights of Skyler and Hollis beat the Revolt of Conley and Riley and OA4K of the Chris Brothers to become the number 1 contenders to the Ugly Ducklings tag belts. And then in the main event, Jake Manning beat Michael Elgin to retain the PWX World title. Freelance Wrestling, I don't have any results, so I don't know. It's a bit awkward because the main event didn't happen because Isaias Velasquez had to pull out. He had to miss the show. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Shine from Friday. The show opened with the announcement that Evil East wasn't medically cleared to wrestle. And Lufisto then comes out and says, "Well, I'm in a title match. She isn't here and the title's been vacated. I should have the title." Q Mercedes Martinez coming out. Q Allison Kay coming out. So later on, we're getting a triple threat. Then we open with a 4-way fray. Sue Young beating Jamie Jameson, Jessie Bell Smothers, and Angel Rose. Then Malaya Hasaka beat Brandy Lauren with a figure 4 armbar. Zandra Bale beat Ariel Monroe with a neck breaker. Leva Bates, dressed as an assassin from Assassin's Creed and all that, taking on Candy Cartwright, who is also Cherry Bomb, technically, because Candy Cartwright does come out to Cherry Bomb by the Runaways. And in case you're wondering who stole it from who, I think they both stole it from each other because they both debuted about 7 or 8 years ago on the scene. And so, I don't know. Because somebody took offense to Candy using the music, saying it's not your music. And Candy's going up and using it for years. I guess because she hasn't been on prominent women's shows, people haven't known or whatever. The great thing is, basically, Lever just like lies on the floor or something at one point, and Candy basically goes to check on her pulse, and of course, in doing so, Lever pulls out the hidden blade. But I think that's all. That's as far as it went. Nobody died. Brendan Gleeson did not die, as he apparently is doing in all the films right now, considering basically one after the other, with bloody Live by Night and fucking Assassin's Creed. Brilliant. Anyway, Candy actually got the win with a snapmare driver. Probably because Lever failed to hit the Pepsi plunge, to be quite honest. She didn't do the deal. Rachel Ellering beat Chelsea Green. Thank fucking God. With a TKO. Then we had the triple threat for the tag belts. Santana and Raquel defending against Taya Trinidad and ACR. And also Amber O'Neal and Kennedy Brink of C4. The interesting thing at the end that happened here is that Taya accidentally kicked ACR. So Taya then got sent to the floor, and Santana frost kicks and handspring moonsaults Amanda for the win. Afterwards, ACR leaves with Brink and O'Neal. So I guess she's the new number 4 of C4 after Andrea went to the E. I'm amazed by that because I'd have thought there was somebody better. But whatever. And then the main event, Lufisto beat Allison Kay and Mercedes Martinez, although it is arguable that she didn't. Because basically Martinez... Well, Allison had a rear naked choke on Martinez. And Mercedes fell to her knees. And the referee, did the old drop arm thing, but Mercedes fought back from the third drop. Led back into the corner and then covered Allison very loosely. Only for Lufisto to jump on both of them, pin them both, and Lufisto wins. So she basically stole it. Which I approve of. Then we had next thing we're going to cover through is CZW's aftermath. I guess it is of sorts, Awakening. The opener had David Starr retain the WXW Shotgun title, beating Alexander James with a Canadian Destroyer. Anthony Henry got the victory over Sean Carr. Jimmy Lloyd and Ace Austin's one-on-one match went to a no contest after Schlack and Dan O'Hare, the Storm of Entrails, took out both of them and put Ace Austin through a table. He is the table. Maxwell Jacob Feinstein was interviewed by MLJ. Apparently got a lot of heel heat. Tony Deppen got somewhat of an up, beating Tim Donst by pinfall countering a submission from Donst. Donst then jumped Deppen in the Iowa post-match. Then Scarlett and Graves retained the tag belts over the Dub Boys. EYFBO hit the ring post-match to make the save. I guess that's going to be the next match. Dave Chris beat Sami Callihan after a stunner off the ropes. Then Jake Chris came out and kissed Sami Callihan on the lips and then left. What that was about. Jeff Cannonball beat Mike Dell, who said he was there to make a name for himself, and then announced he was entering into Tournament of Death in June. Then we had the burial of the Bulldozer. So Tremont came out with mock generic religious music and priestly robes, and a casket was brought into the ring. And Tremont went really hard heel, saying that he's given 7 years to the crowd, his blood, his sweat, and his tears, and that the Bulldozer's dead. Demanded the crowd, who he referred to as his children, and demanding himself to be called Father Matthew Tremont, went to bury the boots of the bulldozer. But when he opened the casket, out jumped the Undertaker. No, out jumped Joey Janela. But then Stockade ran in on behalf of Father Matthew. Joey Janela got beat down. He got tied to the ropes. Then Penelope Ford tried to make Tremont and Stockade stop. And Penelope Ford got powerbombed through the casket by Tremont. Violence! Yay! Then in the semi-main, Connor Claxton and Drew Blood went to a no contest in the CZW rules match. After Claxton hit a pile driver on an open chair and went for the pinfall, but Devon Moore then came out and interfered and joined Blood in a beatdown on Claxton. And then Danny Havoc hit the ring for the save. And then set up, I guess, a tag match. And the Fans Bring the Weapons affair for the anniversary show next month. Then the main event, Joe Gacy retained the CZW World Heavyweight title over Ricky Shane Page via submission. Which apparently the crowd weren't very much into because they wanted Page to win. So Gacy was on the top of the world and now they've already turned on him. That's good to know. In terms of other stuff happening this weekend, Rev Pro have got their high-stakes show at York Hall, Bethnal Green, featuring Trevor Lee versus Trent Seven, Martin Stone versus Jay White, Pete Dunne versus Yoshihashi, Redman and Sterling defending the British tag titles against War Machine of Rowan Hansen, Sabre and Marty Scurll go one-on-one again, and Katsuya Shibata defends the British heavyweight title against Matt Riddle. Hopefully Shibata wins, considering, Japan. On Point Wrestling, their 4th anniversary show. Hopefully it's happening this weekend. Hopefully there will not be. I think the weather's better on the East Coast this time, isn't it?
I'd say so.
From what I can tell. So this one probably is happening. General admission tickets will be available on the door still this Sunday at the Monroe Business Center. Doors open at 4:30 with a bell time of 5. So on the card, we've got Kefka the Quiet versus Steve Scott. Drake Chambers and Unbreakable Andy in tag action versus Alex Payne and Pele Promo. Xavier Cross one-on-one with Carl the Beast. A 4-way with Granit Kuma, Arcadia, Devon Moore, and Sean Carr. G Raver and Jeff Cannonball go at it in a cinder blocks and carpet strips death match. Then in a battle of the originals of OPW, a first ever Devil's Bull Rope match with Drew Blood taking on Matt Tremont. And then the OPW title on the line with Tony Deppen defending against Leo Rush, filling in for the unavailable Janela. Destiny Wrestling this Sunday in Mississauga, Ontario at the Battle Arts Academy. It's our 2nd anniversary show. On the card, we've got Psycho Mike defending the Destiny title against Congo Kong with Scott D'Amore and a special mystery guest referee. Ryback one-on-one with Moose. Moose. Feed me Moose. Feed me Moose. Travis Gordon versus Brent Banks. Then there's a cash-it-in ladder match. It's basically a fatal 4-way ladder match with the winner getting a championship match anytime they want within the next 12 months. That's going to be featuring Dustin Quicksilver, Tyson Dukes, Tarek, and Phil Atlas. Randy Reigns issuing an open challenge. Stacy Thibault takes on Alexia Nicole, and Stone Rockwell and Mike DeRosti versus Johnny Playboy and RG City. RG City will also be hosting the That's Entertainment Tonight in-ring segment. Unannounced guest for that. And also Chelsea, a.k.a. I can't even remember her name. Yeah, Chelsea Green, a.k.a. Bloody
Laurel Van Ness. Oh no, here we go again. I hope you guys can hear Ashley right now and I'm not talking over him. So, a few bit of tidbits left in the show before we end. A couple bits of news. So the Hardys will be returning to MCW on January 28th. Ashley, are you back?
Where did I get cut off?
You were talking about a show.
Okay. I'll just go on to the next one, no matter where I got cut off. C4
Okay.
have got Fire Walk with Me. I wonder where they got that idea from. David. Okay, now it's really confusing. Coming out twice. Turn off the speakers. It's clearly something's going on the computer. Oh, I see. It's doing that shit. So C4, it's an interesting one, this card, because we've got first up with, I guess this is why that before I'm guessing it's why Joey Janela's unavailable. As there's a grudge match, 1-4 to a finish for the C4 Championship. Matthew St. Jack defending against the bad boy, Joey Janela. Then for the first time ever, Speedball Mike Bailey 1-on-1 with Josh Alexander. David Starr defending the WXW Shotgun title against Tyson Dukes. I guess if he... I'm trying to think. Oh no, that's the night after. The tag champs, Stu Grayson and Thomas Dubois, take on High and Mighty and Mr. Rukin and Velvet Jones, with Stu and Thomas's tag belts on the line. Viking defends the Underground title against Evil Uno. Now, a tag match with Frankie the Mobster teaming up with Space Monkey to take on EYFBO and Cuts and Guts. Michael Von Payton 1-on-1 with Vanessa Craven. Ethan Page takes on Kevin Blanchard. Then a 6-man tag as well with Brent Blanks and Fight or Flight taking on Cecil Nix and Heavy Metal Chaos. That sounds extreme. Alpha One Wrestling this Sunday at Queenstown Road, Hamilton, Ontario. Is having Buck Wild. Interesting name. Stokely Hathaway will be on the show, along with the Dream Team, apparently. Also, Kobe Durst is injured and will be making an announcement regarding the Alpha Male Championship. There'll then be a ladder match as well, with the winner getting any title of their choice at any time, at any place. It's featuring GQ, I'm not sure who that is off the top of my head. Alex Daniels, Dominic Guarini, Joey Janela, Dr. Daniel C. Rockingham, Easy Eric Kearney, Joey Kings, and possibly somebody else. I guess it's going to be, hang on, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there probably is 8 men. Ricochet Page and Gregory Iron defend the Alpha One tag belts against EYFBO. Shane Saber 1-on-1 with Ethan Page. Then in a handicap match, Space Monkey takes on Evil Space Monkey and Jim Nye. And then Zero Gravity title on the line with Alessandro Del Bruno defending against Tyler Young. David Starr defending the Shotgun title against Josh Alexander. Northeast Wrestling is going to be in Connecticut this weekend. No entirely huge matches on this card, but they have got the Northeast Wrestling champ TK O'Ryan defending against Sami Callihan. There's also going to be Travis Gordon taking on Ricochet, Keith Lee versus Donovan Dijak. There'll be a 30-man Rumble as well, along with Michael Bennett, Vinny Marsaglia, Mandy Leon, Matt Taven, Tessa Blanchard, and more appearing on it. And then finally, AAW's Don't Stop Believing, which is weird because it's lyrics to a Journey song, like Row One, at Bourbon Street in Marionette Park, Illinois this Friday. I think there are some tickets still available. I don't think you can order them online, but you should be able to get them at the door. More details are on AAW's social media and everything. Sami Callihan is issuing an open challenge for his AAW World title. Also, the matches so far confirmed include Abyss versus Colt Cabana, Davey Richards versus Matt Sydal, Everett and Evans defend the tag belts against former champs Matt Fitchett and David Vega. Mercedes Martinez takes on Angelina Love in a non-title match. Drew Galloway faces Silas Young. H and Ray Phoenix take on Brian Cage and Michael Elgin. So I guess that's Tiger the Dark and Ray Phoenix, I guess, technically. Team Mask versus Team Unbreakable Fucking Machine. And then the Steel Cage match with OI4K of the Chris Brothers taking on Homicide and Eddie Kingston. Hopefully there will not be gay slurs this time.
Okay.
And other than that, just have a quick look to see if Monsieur Dave has posted anything quickly. If he has, there might not be any confirmation of it yet until later. So.
Okay. So, like I was saying, I hope I wasn't talking in for Ashley when she.
I've refreshed the page. There is nothing. So.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I wasn't talking over. I try not to talk over Ashley, but hopefully I didn't when we had the technical glitch a minute ago. MCW broke an anniversary at the MCW Arena in Joppa, Saturday, January 28th, which is the same night as NXT TakeOver San Antonio. Meet and greet at 5 p.m., live event at 7:30. The main event, the Hardys will be facing off against MCW Tag Team Champions, the Entourage. So they won all the gold, so they got to face Dirty Money and Eric Chappell to get a bit of it. A Napalm Bomb and Punishment Martinez take on the MCW Pro Wrestling Champion and Rage Television Champion Drolix and Chuck Lennox. Melina defends the women's title against Brittany Blake. Bruiser against the entire winner's circle of Andy Weinberg, Sean Studd, and Jeremiah in 3-on-1. Leo Rush versus Anthony Henry. And on Facebook Live, the Punk Rock All-Stars of Sean Cannon and Drake Carter take on the Rock and Bowl Express, Striker Lane, Vic Vic, and Mr. 300 Nick Jeremy. Dante Caballero defeated Leo Rush's season's beating, so he'll take on the Rage Television Championship #1 contender Brandon Scott. And the #1 contenders for the tag belts will be up as the Hellcats take on the Appalachian Outlaws, Coast to Coast, and Guns for Hire. Greg Excellent versus Maxwell Jacob Feinstein. And all this and more. Tickets available, missiontix.com, and more information, mcwragetv.com. And you can also vote for the year-end awards on that site as well via a SurveyMonkey website. So more news coming up about possible spoilers for the Royal Rumble. Kenny Omega has now been advertised for a live event in Chile on January 28th, Hugo Savinovich's wrestling superstar promotion, thus killing the chance of him being at the Rumble, which of course was killed dead anyway because his contract with New Japan doesn't run up till January 31st.
WrestleMania. People are known to no-show. Shows that twist.
We shall see. Matt Sydal is also on that show as well. WrestleCon has announced the Click reunion on April 1st. There's going to be a special ticketed event called One Night with the Click, including a professional photo op at 3 p.m., followed by a 90-minute Q&A at the beginning at 5. There are 4 tiers of ticketing. General admission seating for the Q&A with no photo op is $59. You get the same plus a limited edition poster pre-signed by all 4 members, only for the event. That's $150. You get both the things I just mentioned, plus privileges to the event with the use of the wristband and premium seating in the rows 1 through 6 for the Q&A. That's $299. And the final tier is $1,000. $999. You get everything I just mentioned, plus front row seats to the Q&A, front of the line privileges to the photo op, and a 30-minute limo ride with the entire clique following the Q&A to NXT TakeOver.
Hold on, player. You're telling me that final experience costs $9.99?
$9.99. If it wasn't so late, I would have Don Wested that for sure. Tickets can be available. Show clicks.
We got the brown bag specials.
That's right. Available. ShopTNA.com. Show clicks. CLIX.com. Shouldn't it have been ShowKLIQS.com? Come on. /event, /one-night-only-with-the-click.
_.com.
One of the most important things that used to be the case, now it seems like it's gone by the wayside, is Pro Wrestling Illustrated's Achievement Awards for the year. AJ Styles is the Wrestler of the Year. And his match with John Cena at SummerSlam was Match of the Year. The Achievement Awards went to Nia Jax for Rookie of the Year. Bayley for Inspirational Wrestler of the Year. The Miz is Most Improved. Goldberg for Comeback. Charlotte for Woman of the Year. Charlotte and Sasha for Feud of the Year. Nakamura for Most Popular. Reigns for Most Hated. And The New Day for Tag Team of the Year. Okay, fair.
Oh, let me have a PWI Awards, was that? I'm trying to have a check of it myself because I'm just intrigued.
And the last bit of news before we end. Two things, two WWE news tidbits. One being Brock Lesnar being added to more live events and TV tapings between now and WrestleMania. He will be on every Raw leading up to Fastlane on March 5th, but he will not be at the Raw in Las Vegas because of his doping suspension via the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Oh, right. That's the only reason he's missing it.
You're correct. So Lesnar's not scheduled at the WrestleMania Go Home show in Philly, but he's pretty much been confirmed to be there without announcing it.
Wow. It might be worth looking at these PWI awards in more detail. Just quickly, because the top 4 for Wrestler of the Year were AJ, followed by Roman, followed by Owens, followed by Ambrose. Which is interesting. New Day beat the Young Bucks for the second year running. Enzo and Cass were 3rd and Revival were 4th. Match of the year they only list once, and that was AJ and Cena from SummerSlam. Feud of the year winner was Charlotte and Sasha. Then we had followed by Cena and AJ, Sammy versus Kevin, and AJ versus Dean. Are they grasping here?
These are horrible.
This is why the Observer's better, because it actually includes, other wrestling that isn't just WWE. Most popular went to Nakamura, followed by Ambrose, Bayley, and Enzo and Cass. Most hated went to Roman Reigns, who is the first person that isn't a heel to win Hated Wrestler of the Year. Although, interestingly, Kevin Owens and The Miz came 2nd and 3rd. 4th was Eva Marie. Comeback of the Year went to Goldberg, followed by Rollins, Jericho, and Matt Hardy. Most Improved was Miz, followed by TJ Perkins, Kenny Omega, and Dalton Castle. In hindsight, I think that would be slightly readjusted. Omega would be at least 2nd. Inspirational went to Bayley for the 2nd year running, followed by Cody, Seth, and Dean Ambrose. Rookie went to Nia Jax, which is not entirely. So Nia Jax won, meaning that who lost out was Lio Rush, Matt Riddle, and Shayna Baszler. All 3 of them were better. Woman of the Year went to Charlotte, followed by Sasha Bailey, and then Becky Lynch. Lifetime Achievement went to Dick Bayer. Who is Dick Bayer?
Oh, the Destroyer. Or Dr. X, apparently. Why have I never heard of him? Oh, AWA. That's why. And that's it. Why don't they do Midget of the Year? It needs to go to Sin Cara.
Too late. Too late. So, speaking of that, Lesnar, once more, is going to be a live event in Buffalo on the 20th, which is tomorrow. Raw in Cleveland on the 23rd, at the Rumble and the Raw in San Antonio and Laredo. February 4th in Salt Lake City, and the 6th at Raw in Portland, the 17th in Dallas at a live event, and the 20th for Raw, 27th in Green Bay for Raw, March 6th for Raw in Chicago, a live event in New York on the 12th, Detroit's Raw on the 13th, Raw's Brooklyn show on the 20th, and WrestleMania. And the final piece of information before we end this very long show tonight, Michael Cole.
Wasn't that long, actually. We've only gone 4 hours. We've shortened it by an hour, even though it dragged out so long anyway. But go ahead.
I'm trying to breathe, sorry. Michael Cole has been more interested in transitioning to a behind-the-scenes role with WWE. It sounds like there's a good possibility very soon he may not be in the announce booth any longer.
Goldberg. The other Goldberg.
See, here's the thing. I remember when they wrote Bruce Pritchard off television. They had the Ultimate Warrior literally kill the Brother Love character, basically. I want to see that happen with Michael Cole. I want somebody to just get so fed up.
Jesus.
No, I want them to take the Michael Cole character off television, and that way he could transition to a backstage role.
I don't think he is a character right now.
They could always bring that back.
Character for that stupid bloody angle with Jerry the King Lawler.
They got to write him off television somehow. They might as well get some heat off of it.
Wow. Well, so
that's the show. My apologies. I am actually a tad on the sick side. I'm not like sick, but I've got like sinus issues. That's the reason why you probably can't hear me very well. That's why I went on mute for a lot, because I've been coughing all night. So, quick programming note. Thanks to Ashley going to bat for us. We have a sip and snack coming that's not mine.
Oh, it's not sip and snack.
Well, you didn't tell me what it was.
Well, it is sip and snack, but it isn't. I'll just leave it like that. When you get the title, you'll realize why it can't be called sip and snack.
Hopefully I'll get that soon so I can put that up before I go to bed tonight. So, like I said, that's your show. Ashley, where can we find you on social media?
Find me on Twitter, Ash is my name UK. I don't know what's going to be covered on Gaming with Ash on Monday. We'll have to see if there's anything else comes out over the next few days. It could be about even though I can't play it yet, I could be talking about the worst game that's possibly ever been released. Think of a game that's on a PS4 and think of it having graphics like a PS1 game.
Oh boy.
It may be time to talk about Life of Black Tiger, Rage of Black Tiger. Yes, that apparently is the name of that fucking thing.
Wow.
Dear God.
So, quick programming note, real quick, before we end. Tonight will be Ashley's video, whatever that may be. On Friday, AJ's movie reviews is the third Triple X and Split. And Saturday will be the Guild video, where AJ, Ashley, and myself go through the PGA, the WGA, the DGA, and the SAGs and give our predictions. Sunday Versus is coming your way, so stay tuned for that. Gaming with Ash returns on Monday. the normal Raw podcast on Monday night at 11:15-ish p.m. And Wednesday night for the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, 9 o'clock. Thursday, back with Sip and Snack. My sinuses hopefully have returned back to normal. Friday, AJ's movie reviews returns again. And we're going to have our worst of the year coming up very soon. We're going to be having a bunch of other movie-related videos coming out soon, so stay tuned for that. And who knows, maybe just maybe we'll be getting some Halloween Horror Nights news in the near future. Sounds like the dates may be confirmed if they're not officially confirmed. So as always, follow the network on Twitter at Popcast Network. Follow me on Twitter at Cerrone Disney. Like our Facebook fan page. Almost at 200 likes. Thank you so much for doing that for us. We truly appreciate it. And also, we have a Zazzle merch store. We have our Patreon, all under Popcast Network. And thanks to Jeremy Mills in chat. As always, in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, good Lord, it's a long day. We're very pleased that once more you've chosen a podcast. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Hopefully, I'll sound better next week. And until tomorrow, boys and girls, that's all we got to say about that.
That's all she wrote.